This meeting is now resumed. Members, could you please rise if you are able and observe a moment of silence in memory of Claude Cormier. Thank you. Members, we will now review and confirm the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 11.7, review of the order paper. There are 59 items left on the agenda, including 29 member motions. The mayor has time to second key matter, item CC 11.1, support for a Canada-wide universal student nutrition program, as the first item of business this morning. Council has timed IE 6.3, transition of Toronto's blue bin recycling program, to be considered after the mayor's key item. Council has timed the following items to be considered after members' motion: CC 11.18, CC 11.2, CC 11.3, and DM 11.1. I will now take the release of holds. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list if you have an item to release. Councillor Sachs.
Okay, second time lucky, I think. I'm trying for TE 7.77, the patio. We had the wrong version yesterday.
Okay, T7.77, yes. And you have your amendment on the screen?
It's on the screen. Thank you.
Okay, so it's on the screen. On favor on the amendment, all in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended. All in favor, carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher.
Maybe I could get some help because I'm not showing where I can put my name up. If I could get some IT help here.
Okay.
On releases. I'm sorry. Not on my screen. Sorry, everybody. It's about my screen, not about being on your screen. Got it? Thank you. I'm going to release. Well, it wasn't helpful. GG 6.20, Amendment of Waterfront Property Management Agreement with Toronto Portlands Company, Ward 14. Thank you. I'm releasing that.
GG 6.20, Councillor Fletcher is releasing. On favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you.
Speaker, just to note that PH 6.3, our plan recommendations on, oh no, that's mine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ainsley.
Speaker, it was actually just to note that I have a hold on ST 3.1, the 2024 schedule of meetings, and I've advance circulated a motion if people wanted to look at it, if they have any questions or concerns. I'd be more than happy to talk to them at the time.
Okay, thank you.
What number?
ST 3.1.
Is this the Scarborough? Oh, ST.
ST 3.1. Striking Committee, meeting number 3.
Okay, thank you.
What page is that on that, sir?
Thank you. Just given that we were at the end of holds, I just had a point of privilege or a question to the clerk. IE 6.3, I believe you've now been given a letter that the confidential attachment number 1 can be released publicly. So will that be done quickly, soon?
Thank you. Yes, through the speaker. It's already been released and it's available.
Okay, it's not showing in CMP that way yet. The second one is the slide deck for the presentation. Is that going to be posted soon as well? So councillors do want to follow along on their own devices?
Yes, the presentation will be uploaded. We just received it. Yeah.
Okay, great. And so I just flagged those two items to members if they want to have a look at that in advance of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of adopting the order paper as amended, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Members, I have reviewed a number of urgent motions without notice to be added to the agenda. Do we have the members' motions? Huh? Okay, so members, we can't introduce members' motions because we don't have 18 members. We need 18 members to introduce members' motions, so hopefully they'll come up. Councillor Perks?
Yeah, just quickly, will you be keeping your eye on it, and if we get to 18, we can do it, or is it going to have to wait until the recess?
No, we'll keep an eye on
Okay,
it
thank
because
you.
we want all the motions to be introduced before we go through the members' motions at 2 o'clock.
Thank you very
So
much.
hopefully we'll get some members of council that will connect. There is nobody online. I don't know. I don't know where they are. Members, the city clerk has advised me that a confidential attachment has been made public on the following item, i.e. 6.3, transition of Toronto's blue bin recycling program, and confidential attachment 1 has been made public for reasons set out in communication from the General Manager, Solid Waste Management Services, which has been posted on this item. Members, we will now consider the Mayor's second key item, which is CC 11.1. Okay, do we have any questions? This is support for Canada-wide Universal Student Nutrition Program. Or do we have any questions? Do we have any speakers? Mayor Chow, would you like to speak first? Okay. Mayor Chow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday I talked about how many children live in hunger, that at the food bank that I visited on Friday, 3 out of 10 of the users are in fact children. The City of Toronto runs a very successful children nutrition program, and I was very involved right from the beginning when I was a school trustee in 1985, and later on when I became a city councillor. It combines all the good work of whether it's Breakfast Club or all the small programs in all the different schools. Right now, it funds and feed 220,000 children every day. Those are the lucky ones. There are other ones that are not able to access food in school because this program is not universal. The federal government have talked about creating such a program. They haven't. Our funding partner on our student nutrition program came mostly from the provincial government, local business owners, and the parents themselves, those that can pay. Those that cannot pay, they don't have to. Most do. Some pay more, some pay less. But the aim of all of these wonderful programs that the City of Toronto run is to make sure that the kids are not put into a position to say that I have money or I don't have money. Every kid in these schools are able to access a good nutrition meal. all of you know, whether you have kids or not, and when they're hungry, they're not going to be able to learn. They are angry. It really, it's hard. I came across a friend of mine that talked about his childhood. He's Indigenous. He lived, got evicted, lived in a tent in a ravine in the city. But he continued to go to school. He has two other, his mom, and his mom earned very little amount of money, but was still working. And he would try to get food for his two brothers, and often he said that I would go without so that my two siblings are able to have something to eat at lunchtime. And it really had a huge impact on Josh's life, and that there are today that families, when they're packing lunch for their kids, that their food are not going to be able to stretch far enough so that it would feed the children at lunchtime. So this is a very difficult position for a lot of family that they're facing. There are organizations out there fundraising, but what this motion is asking is to join Toronto joining Kingston, Halifax, Vancouver, and Victoria in calling on the federal government to act on its promise to implement a national school food program. And that we would, with that program, we could allocate appropriate funds, that they could put that in their budget coming out in 2024, so that this national school food program would flow to municipalities, provinces, territories, First Nation, Métis, and Inuit partners. At the provincial level on Friday, Premier Ford announced an increase of $5 million in their contribution to this program. So we're asking the federal government to step up also. By joining together, we can help thousands of kids across Toronto and throughout this country live without the worry of where their next meal would come from, and that we would be able to provide people like Josh, that he doesn't have to make that difficult decision whether he feed himself or his two brothers. And that this is the work we must continue, along with our commitment to build more affordable housing, preserve existing affordable housing, and do what we can to protect tenants from renovation and demoviction. So let's do this together, and I hope I can get your support on this recommendation in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Chow. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to my colleagues, I just wanted to stand in support of this motion and thank the Mayor for her leadership on it. I am a young woman who has benefited from programs like the ones we're looking for further support from. Growing up low income, being raised by a single mother, one of my very first opportunities to serve in community and to get a taste of what that looked like was through the Breakfast Club when I was in grade 4. And I remember how important it was for me to be able to be connected to my school in an opportunity where I was both benefiting, but I was also able to serve other young people, other teachers, other folks within our school community. And it was really an impactful and important program for me. At the same time, around that time, my mother, single mother, raising 2 children on a low income, was also diagnosed with breast cancer. And I remember, never mind being hungry, right? There's so much stress that children are navigating, and we think about the challenges that our children are navigating today. And we heard yesterday from our incredible Dr. Eileen de Villa about the importance for all children to have equal access to the fundamental things that keep us healthy and keep us safe, and allow us to have an opportunity to thrive in this city. And programs like these are critical to that equation. So I just stand today in support, and I look to my colleagues also to share support for this important motion. Thank you, Mayor Chow.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too want to stand in support of this motion, and thank you to the Mayor for her words and to my colleague, Councillor Morley, Deputy Mayor Morley. Again, prior to becoming here, I was a school board trustee for 6.5 years, and I worked very closely with Toronto Foundation for Student Success, who actually help distribute foods across the system to our kids. And I know how important it is to be able to eat and to learn, and to prosper over time. And looking at the numbers here, the federal government gave $1.6 million towards the funding of food program. The province gave $11.6 million. But Toronto Public Health gave $18 million. And that really is just a drop in the bucket. I think we can do a lot better, and this initiative will help towards that. I went to the Toronto Zoo a week ago for to see the things there, along with a few of my colleagues. And I hadn't been there for about 25 years. And when I stepped into that space, it reminded me the last time I was there, in that I went there without any food, and I was really hungry. And those memories came back. That was my memory of the Toronto Zoo. And I went there with my school, and I couldn't enjoy it because of that. So anyways, and even for me now as an adult, it still affects me today, talking about it. So I know the value in this motion, so thank you, and I support it.
Thank you.
Stop still being emotional all the time.
Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Speaker. I first want to thank my colleagues, Councillor Moyes, the Chair of the Board of Health, and Deputy Mayor Morley for sharing their personal experiences. I don't think we can have any more powerful testament than two people who are currently governing the City of Toronto talking about hunger and facing hunger. This is something very dear to me as well. I'll say that to me, this is the most important intervention that any society can make. We deal with so many problems downstream when children have already grown up, but there's nothing more terrifying, if you haven't experienced it, than opening the fridge and knowing there's nothing in there and knowing the stress that your parents are undergoing at that moment. There's nothing that makes you feel more alone, more bereft, because it's the most fundamental thing: food and water and shelter. Canada is the only OECD country that does not have a universal school nutrition program. We also don't have many other national initiatives like a transportation program or really robust national housing strategy that's really building. But this one is something that is practiced all over the world. Some of the poorest countries have a meal or something or a snack served at school every single day. Why? Because when you look back, you see the outcomes. And whether it's about saving money down the road in healthcare costs and other social costs, this is really the most practical thing that the federal government could do. And I'm really proud to see that it's the municipal movement that's really giving life to this. So I want to support this with all my heart. And having said that, I was very active in the school nutrition movement when, 20, 25 years ago, at Oakwood Collegiate, which my children did not yet attend. There were kids that were hungry, and we worked hard with counselors. I believe at the time, Councillor Chow advanced this piece, which was to include high schools, because it was only elementary schools before. And you want a recipe for a society that's not well? It's high school students showing up or not showing up because they're hungry. So this is something that this is a movement that we really need to join and champion, and I really want to thank you for your leadership and speaking and advancing this today.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. And I do want to thank our mayor for putting this on the agenda. And our mayor has a long history with kids and feeding kids. When she was a children's advocate at Metro, when she was on the Toronto School Board, and I believe was part of setting up a really incredible food program through all schools, through the Toronto Education Opportunity Fund, to make sure, as everybody said here, that kids aren't going to school and unable to learn, because that's why they're there, and that's why we have an education system. So it just fits so well that they need to be healthy and they need to have their minds active, and that's what food does. So that tee-off was very dedicated to feeding all the kids across the old Toronto board. And then at amalgamation, it morphed into Toronto Foundation for Student Success, and all of the other boards and schools in this, what we call the new city of Toronto, became part of that. There is an extended throughout the city. A food program is really important. That people say, why don't you just give that just to those kids that need that? But there's a stigma to say, well, you're poor, so you're getting food, and you're not, so you're not getting any. And the idea of it being universal means you can take it if you need it, particularly teens, because they're ones who often just don't eat for other reasons. They just go to school. And so that universal notion of food and access, that everybody has access, all students have access to it, very important. I'd also have to underlie the role of Toronto Public Health in being the founder and the foundation piece of the food program, and the province and the feds coming in later, and it's fantastic. But I note, because I've been on TFFS and looked at all of that, that we still have the lion's share coming from the City of Toronto to feed the children in our city. And we make a very, very big contribution, and we should never make that smaller. We've always fought to make that larger. And it's been steady. We're not worried about, okay, we're removing that, we're cutting edges, because we know what that means. I just want to take this opportunity to thank the mayor for her leadership, decades of leadership on kids and on feeding kids. It's really great to have a leader here who's done that and knows what it means. And at the same time, also thank the thousands of volunteers, even you, Councillor Morley, who said, or Councillor Bravo, who said she volunteered in the school. That's how this program is delivered. It's delivered with love, it's delivered with community members, it's delivered with money, it's delivered for kids, but we couldn't have a school food program without that. And I think they deserve our thanks here from City Hall.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm here as well. I'll fully supporting this program. I want to thank the mayor for all of her work, decades of work around student nutrition and making sure children have the food and resources that they need on a daily basis to survive. As a parent, my wife and I, we have 3 kids. It was always very important to us that they leave the house, that they have breakfast, that they have lunch, that they're adequately fed at dinner. They need that nutrition throughout the day to be successful in school, to be able to study, to get good grades. As a city councilor in the East End of Scarborough, I also have 5 neighborhood improvement areas, and I see almost on a daily basis children that go to school with the bare minimum, breakfast programs expanding across my ward. They're not only in grade schools now, they're in high schools. I have some schools in my ward. The teachers are putting coolers out in front of their classrooms for children to have a snack during the day or a drink. That money's coming out of their pockets, or they're pooling money together. They don't want children embarrassed. Sometimes kids get embarrassed having to go to a breakfast program and not having the food. Teachers realize it's better to have that cooler in front of the classroom, and kids can just grab the food or a drink when they need it and on the go, and get them through the day. It's great to see that we're joining another of other municipalities across this country to lobby the federal government, and I'm hoping we're successful, and I'm proud to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. On the item, recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, the item carries 20 in favor.
Thank you. Okay, if I can have, I believe that we do have 18 members now in the council chambers, so we'll introduce the members' motion. So which member's motion first? Councillor Brav.
Madam Speaker, I wanted to vote in favor of the last item. It's Peruzza. I'm here, and I was trying to unclog to do that, and I wasn't able to do that. Can I just have my vote recorded there, please?
All right.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Speaker. I have two motions without notice. They are currently on the screen, and the urgency has to do with these matters being heard before the Alcohol and Gaming Commission.
Okay, thank you. All in favor, show of hands, carried. And Councillor Perks, do we have Councillor Perks? Oh, Councillor Bravo, you have another one.
Thank you. Thank you. Second motion, same reason, going before AGCO.
Okay. On the item, all in favor, carried. Councillor Perks. There is the one for Councillor Perks. Do we have it?
This is the Artscape one.
The Artscape. You don't have it?
Okay, I'll check. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I know, but they don't have it. So we have to have, Councillor Perks, maybe you can email it to, or? I'm just checking. Okay, thanks. Yeah, so it has to be sent to the clerk. Do you think that would take a few minutes or 3 or 4 minutes? Why don't we wait, because it's really important that we introduce this. Yeah. So we'll just wait, and once the clerk has it, then we'll, okay, so our second item, timed item, is IE 6.3, transition of Toronto's Blue Bin Recycling Program. And do we have any questions on the item? Okay, there's a presentation. So if we can get staff down. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, while we're waiting for the presentation, Mayor Chow would just like to make a few comments.
Yeah, thank you. Just on something that is fairly important, what's in front of us. As you know, Toronto is a place of belonging, of hope and safety, and we're united in opposing hate. Some councillors have approached me in the last day or two to say that in their ward, they have seen signs of hateful behavior and manifestation of it. Inspector Jack Gore and Detectives Karen Bisa and Charles Lee from the Hate Crime Unit will be here at 11 o'clock. So some of you may have questions about it. I believe they would be up in the members' lounge to provide support for you if you have any questions for them. The police, the chief is also having a press conference at 11 a.m. this morning. These officers are generously making themselves available to answer your questions. And shortly, I will be asking council members to add a motion on community safety and anti-hate to the agenda. It's being provided to the clerks. It'll be under members' motions, and I'll be asking you to, after we introduce it, after you've taken a look at it, I'll be asking later after lunch to have it as the first item on the, after we've gone through the members' motion. They are concrete actions that we can take now as a city to help make sure people's safety and freedom from hate crimes in these very heightened times. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mayor Chow. Okay, so is the staff ready for the presentation? Yeah? Okay. So is there a problem here for the presentation? Okay. We're ready? Okay. You have to press your own button there.
It's pushed. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Thank you very much, councillors. I've got around a 12 to 15-minute presentation just on the report in front of you on Toronto's transition to extended producer responsibility. So just as a quick background, we're going to give a summary to date of where we're at today, why we're here, and then go over some of the challenges within the existing request for proposal for our collections program as well as the transfer station program. So just quick background, before 2023, the responsibility to deliver blue bin services was that of the municipal government, and municipalities were funded up to 50% by producers, and that money was flown through those producers to RPRA, which is a provincial agency, who then transferred up to 50% of that funding to municipalities to cover the cost of the blue bin program. Starting this year, July 1st, that regime has changed to where the producers are now 100% responsible for the financial costs and collection of blue bin material, and by way of that, looking at better environmental outcomes derived from possibly producing less materials into the system. So the way this works is that producers of the blue box materials are responsible to collect and process all those materials. However, what we don't have is a Costco collection day, a Kraft collection day, a Heinz collection day. They come together and they pool their resources into what's called a producer responsibility organization, or a PRO, where they sit on the board and or fund that organization. In the context of Ontario, that producer responsibility organization is Circular Materials. So this group is charged with going out and securing RFPs, contracts to collect, to transfer, and to process all recycling. And they can do that in a number of ways, either by direct negotiation with municipalities or service providers, or through a request for proposal process that the contract would go to market and be bid on. The timelines are from July 1st of this year to January 1st of 2026, and the city was the first, or one of the first municipalities to be part of the full EPR program, and that took place on July 1st of this year. And every 6 months or so, another cohort of municipalities is brought onto the full extended producer responsibility program, whereby in January 1st of 2026, every municipality in the province will be under full extended producer responsibility. So that 2.5-year period that we're currently in, the city was successful in negotiating an agreement with Circular Materials to continue to operate our recycling collection program, our transfer haulage, our customer service group. But when we look at it, it ultimately had no impact to the residents, except for a few garbage nerds like myself and a number of folks within solid waste. We're the only ones that really knew what was happening at the curb and behind the scenes, which ultimately, when we look at it from a customer service perspective, was nothing. There was seamless transition, full cost recovery, and we were able to meet all of council's objectives in that negotiation. So because of that success, council gave us direction to negotiate with Circular Materials on a longer-term agreement starting in 2026, when the entire province would be on the full producer responsibility regime. And we had a number of discussions with Circular Materials about providing longer-term collection services, transfer services, but they decided to move forward with a request for proposal, and part of that request for proposal was to have that RFP confidential. So since the Environment and Infrastructure Committee meeting last week, where committee requested that the RFP become public for transparency purposes, we've worked very closely with RPRA and Circular Materials to ensure that that RFP became public, and it was made public yesterday. So when we look at the RFP itself, first we just have to look at the City of Toronto, our collection zones, and how we manage the waste. So we have 4 districts within the City of Toronto. District 1 and 2 are currently contracted out, and District 3 and 4 are in-house staff provided. The transfer stations network is also identified here on the map, and these are very strategic assets. This is where, when during the day the trucks are full, they take their materials and dump them at our transfer stations. They get consolidated, put into bigger trucks, the 18-wheelers, and moved to the recycling facility or other solid waste infrastructure in and around the city. So some positive aspects about the RFP. One is that the collection area of the City of Toronto has been maintained. We've seen in some areas where regions, municipalities are blended together or divided in order to make what's called waste sheds versus communities where waste is picked up. That has not happened for the City of Toronto. When we look at collection days, again, our collection days, according to the RFP, are going to remain. So one of the concerns was that if you had your garbage and organics collected on a Tuesday, that there was a possibility that your blue bin might be collected on a Thursday or Friday. The RFP aligns to where your garbage and organics will be collected on the same day as your blue bin. From a customer service perspective, the city offers what's called side door program, and that's where individuals with disabilities or mobility challenges apply and are provided side door collection of their materials, so they do not have to take it down to the curb. That program is also intact within this RFP. And finally, from a collection standpoint, the cart-based system with a closed top has also been maintained. Again, one of the concerns for us in solid waste was that the carts would be moved to an open container where there could potentially be increased litter, but with the carts being closed top as they are now, that challenge has been addressed by circular materials. So some of the operational challenges, the contract term itself is 7 to 10 years. The implications here is that when we look at District 1, District 2, and our front-end collections, so generally the trucks that service our multi-residential units, condos, apartments, these are contracted out pieces of work, and we do not have pricing for 7 years or for 10 years. And because of that, if we were to submit a bid by the end of November, our bid would be submitted without knowing that cost of service. So in essence, if our bid went in for a hypothetical $150 a ton, but when we let our contracts in the market and those were perhaps $200 a ton, the city would be exposed financially to that difference. And alternatively, if it was vice versa and the city submitted a bid for 200 and was awarded that and the cost of work was 150, we would be taking more money out of the recycling system than what we needed to take from a cost recovery standpoint, and therefore being less effective for the overall payers of the program, which again is everyone who purchases paper and materials and items at grocery stores, at convenience stores, and other locations. For the collection zones, another challenge is that any bidder would be required to bid on each district separately and would not be necessarily awarded all 4 districts. So the city, if we were to bid, would bid on District 1 by itself, District 2 by itself, and so on. So if in fact we won District 1 and 2 for collection services, we would not be collecting in District 3 and 4, and that would be the responsibility of a different contractor to which CMO would manage that contract. Again, very challenging from a customer service perspective of who to call if you have a missed bin collection and or a service request for your blue bin. The transfer station network, again, back to that map I had where transfer stations were spread across the city. These locations in the RFP are unknown. So bidders would be bidding on an unknown transfer location. These locations are the backbone, are the foundation to a collection system, because if you don't know where they're at, ultimately you have to build in extra time, extra cost, extra vehicles, extra fuel into a bid, and ultimately those costs may not come to fruition, or they might be even higher. The the location, as stated in the RFP, is 1 hour from travel distance from the collection zone. But as I'm sure we're all aware, 1 hour is dependent on the time of day and where you're at within the city on that time of day, and kind of what construction is taking place. So again, these locations being unknown is a challenge, and not just for the city, but it was the #1 asked question by potential bidders during the question period to Circular Materials. From a contamination standpoint, right now, approximately 30% of what residents put in the blue bin is garbage, and part of this contract would have us strive to a 4% contamination rate, which staff believe is not achievable. The challenge with this as well is that the city or the contractor who would be awarded this must develop a plan to get to 4% and cover the cost of getting to 4%. Again, some challenges here with education and promotion to drive that outcome. From a staffing perspective, there's a clause that if there is a labor disruption, a legal strike, or a legal lockout, and I want to emphasize legal strike or lockout, that the city or the contractor would be responsible to backstop that with other labor. This would be a challenge for the city in that, this is not just looking at the impacts of solid waste. This would impact potentially a prolonged labor disruption across many divisions if this did happen. Also, when we look at the ability for contractors in the market to just step in, there's likely not a readily available fleet or staff to address the scale and the need that the city would have to collect citywide recycling. And again, if we were to bring in temporary labor, we would have to train those individuals up very quickly, which would likely be a safety risk for staff, residents, and visitors to the city. One of the other clauses as well that was challenging is that if we were to subcontract work out, which we do now, if Circular Materials or the issuing authority had complaints, that they could direct the city or whoever was awarded that district to terminate that agreement with the service provider. In essence, putting all the risk back on the city to find an alternate service provider at our cost if the complaints of service were not satisfactory to Circular Materials. On a technology and reporting front, the Circular Materials requires automatic vehicle locators and GPS, which is great. It's definitely a standard, but they also required unfettered access to all of the information that the GPS system would track. So individuals, their routes, the time of collections, et cetera. We think that is a slight invasion of privacy, and we still question why all of that information is needed, because at the end of the day, if the materials are picked up on time, they're picked up on time, and the contractor would manage that. Another entity does not need to know who's picking up the materials for a proponent. Artificial intelligence cameras was also a requirement, and the cameras themselves would be put on the collection trucks and have to look inside the blue bins when they're tipped and calculate the amount of garbage that was in that blue bin and the type of garbage that was in that blue bin, and then report back the next day to Circular Materials or the issuing authority the volume, the location, the time, the staff who picked that up, and again, looking at the benefits. Once it's in the hopper, the material's there, it's not coming out. We're still trying to get a better understanding of the need for artificial intelligence. That being said, Circular Materials may not require the AI to be deployed, but they do require a price for AI in the agreement. And then to some privacy and data pieces, that Circular Materials is to retain all information, privacy, and documentation associated with this contract, and that city is to waive all rights to that data and have personnel also waive all rights to that data. So as you can appreciate, this could be a potential issue with staff and our union members as well. Just a couple other general challenges and concerns with the RFP is that The contractors are responsible to establish their own customer service contact center. So hypothetically, there's 4 districts. If those 4 districts are awarded to 4 different proponents, residents now have 4 different numbers to call if their materials are missed or if they have a service request for a bin. Again, very challenging from a citywide approach, especially if we were to bid and win 2 districts. Residents would call 311 for us, and for the other 2 districts, possibly 1-800 circular materials. So when we look at another major challenge is that right now there's around 530,000 blue bins around the city. The contractor who is awarded this work must put in those 530,000 bins across the city. So this is either making an arrangement with the city to purchase our bins and or buy their own bins and put them and deploy them across the city. So as you can appreciate, the logistics, the coordination, the added cost is likely going to cause some challenges with customer experience, but also looking at the financial output here of a cost of $40 to $50 million as a rough estimate to replace all those bins. There's a much more strategic way that this could be done without service disruptions and without this extremely expensive, in my opinion, unneeded cost to the producers and everyone who buys materials that are in packaging. So just in summary, the major challenges here is that we would be reliant on subcontractors for work that we do not have a cost for, and it would expose the city to significant risk. We have labor relations, privacy, data ownership challenges, and we have a risk in not just standing up technology, but finding technology to stand up in order to meet the requirements within this RFP. And finally, when we look at if the city was to bid, we would be bidding on each district separately. That being said, there is a letter from Circular Materials that was provided, I believe, yesterday that does provide for the option now that the city is able to bid on all 4, and if we aren't awarded all 4, then we can cancel our submission. That being said, that is not a part of the RFP. That is not a part of any addendums that we have seen. So even with that, the other risks are still there, but appreciate their gesture in trying to make one of the challenges less onerous. So by the city not collecting residential blue bin materials, there will be an inconsistent message in waste collection in that the city is still responsible for organics, garbage, bulky items, etc., but at least it will be straightforward in terms of the recycling bins are the responsibility of Circular Material. So from that standpoint, it's clear-cut in terms of service delivery. And again, any issues would go to Circular Materials versus a fragmented city/Circular Materials system. So the recommendation in today's report is that we do not bid on this RFP for the reasons I just went over. Also allow staff to look at disposing of the blue bins in an economical way that reduces the impact to our customers, but also leave the door open for Circular Materials to reach out to the city and engage us in discussions on how we can continue to deliver this service that we've been doing for upwards of 40 years in the biggest municipality, the most complex blue box system in the country, with all of our staff, our great unionized employees, continuing to move forward collectively and collaboratively with Circular Materials. The next piece that was updated after Infrastructure and Environment Committee is that the transfer station's RFP was posted and was made public on September 27th, so this was just after infrastructure, so we were not able to update committee. But again, the contract does allow for one or multiple proponents to be awarded transfer station work. The contract term, again, is 7 to 10 years, which aligns with the collections contract. But some interesting clauses is that the contract does not have to be awarded to the lowest cost or the highest scoring bidder, which does not generally align with fair, open, and transparent procurement that we do within government context. And the procurement also does allow for the negotiation between a party and Circular Materials at the same time that the RFP is in market, which again goes back to our position of a collaborative approach, working best for all parties. So the transfer station RFP is really just on transfer station work. It doesn't cover our haulage component, but that's something that we are hopeful to work with producers on. Again, they have a clause of the legal strike or lockout where we have to have alternate plans. But the big one for us on this front is that transfer stations are required to have 25% contingency capacity, which will take into effect growth within the city, material types growing, which is good. But our challenge is submitting a bid by the deadline with known expansion costs of our 6 or 7 transfer stations, which honestly, we will not have known costs that have been put out through a market competition. We will get estimates from very competent and capable engineers. But again, those are estimates, and our bid that we put in may not cover all those costs, or it may cover more than those costs. Again, looking at the best value for taxpayers, for people who buy materials, pop, chips, you name it, staff firmly believe that looking at this program in its entirety, from collections to transfer to litter collections, the city is best positioned to minimize the risk for Circular Materials, minimize the risk for the province, minimize the risk for everyone who pays into the system, and minimize the risk for the city as well, and provide better value. And what's most important as well, flexibility in negotiating terms. And when I point to flexibility, one of the pieces that may work better is, we don't need to expand all of our facilities by 25%. Maybe we expand 2 of them by 70%, which still have to be approved by MECP, but that might be more cost-effective and operationally effective than expanding every single one of them. So the negotiation process, I firmly believe, is the best way forward for all stakeholders involved. So with that, thank you very much, and open to questions.
Thank you. So we will go to questions now. Councillor Mantis, 5 minutes.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the staff. Do you find that the information that was asked was excessive for the type of work that is needed to be done? So in the future, there could be positions that would have been eliminated, or contracts that would have been eliminated from the city by the provider?
I believe that the RFP was structured in a way that makes it extremely challenging for a municipal government who can't spread any profits or losses over multiple other collection contracts that the private sector can. It would make it very, very challenging for any municipality to bid on this contract, which would then impact jobs, to your question, Councillor.
Now, some of the contractors that are probably bidding for these contracts, the companies, are they the same companies that the City of Toronto has contracts with for garbage collection?
Through the chair, I would presume that contractors that work for the city would also bid on this contract as well.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank
you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Sachs.
Thank you, Mr. Kelleher. I know this was a very difficult decision for you to come to after 40 years of the city's very strong role in Blue Box. The purpose of the Waste Free Ontario Act was described at the time to be to transfer cost and risk to the waste producers and away from the city. Is it fair to say that the RFP that's been created is designed to transfer cost and risk to the city and to take it off the private waste producers?
Through the chair to the councillor, I'd say in some circumstances, yes and no. The RFP the way it's scoped, I believe, is going to be more costly than how the city currently provides that service. But at the end of the day, that service provision is ultimately up to the producers and their boards in circular materials and the producers writ large on how they wish to operate the system.
Right, but this is designed you've told us a whole series of risks and costs that would come to the city. The city would have to build new facilities. We don't know what the cost is. That would add costs to the city, yes?
Through the chair, it would add costs to the city if we were awarded that contract and/or we negotiated it. But again, one of the guiding principles that was approved by council that we attained in our initial contract was full cost recovery. So although we would expand, we would recover those costs through circular materials or the producer groups.
So all of these costs that you've described that would cost the city money, having to have replacement staff, having to expand our services, having to sign contracts that we can't, we'd have to bid a price before we know what it's going to cost us. We wouldn't get all those costs back.
That is one reason why we recommended to not move forward with the bid until we know those costs.
Right. So in other words, this RFP is a poison pill and one that the city should not accept, correct?
Through the chair, this RFP is very challenging for the city to put in a fair, reasonable, market competitive bid that does not expose the broader city to risk.
Okay. So it's a poison pill. Now, you would prefer to continue blue box, blue bin services if we could do so under reasonable terms for the people of Toronto.
Through the chair, I believe that would be the best course for the division and the city at large and everybody that uses the blue bins today to make sure that the customer experience stays as high as what they have now.
Right. And there's no, your advice is there's no way to achieve that through the RFP. But couldn't we make our own offer to circular materials? Not responding to the RFP, but the city could propose reasonable terms. We would like to do this. We will, it'll be a better service for the people of the city. It will likely be less expensive. These are reasonable terms that we would be willing to negotiate on. We could do that.
So through the chair to the councillor, we did do that, and we were politely told that the RFP was the process that circular materials and the producers were going to go down. That being said, we are still advocating that route to go back / start discussions on this, similar to the successful negotiations that both parties had with the transition the first 2.5 years of the program.
Right. But as an alternative today to this council, I mean, you've seen what the press says, that city doesn't want to be doing recycling anymore. That's not true. We do want to do recycling. We just can't take this poison pill. So one option that we have today is to say to you, don't bid on the poison pill, but advise circular materials formally and openly that we would like to negotiate with them if they are willing to offer reasonable terms.
Through the chair, that's correct. Advise them that we are still open to negotiation.
And you would support that recommendation?
Absolutely.
And if we make a motion to that effect, is there anything else that you would like to see in the motion other than the city would like to provide this service on reasonable terms but cannot do it through this RFP? Is there anything else, any other thing you'd like to see in the authorization?
So through the chair to the councillor, one of the pieces that we would need would be some time specifics within that motion so that we could report back to council. The challenge would be, we've got District 1 and potentially District 2 in our front-end contracts that, District 2, sorry, in our front-end contracts that need to be put to market relatively soon, so we have continuity of garbage and organic service. If we prolong that, then there will be a potential challenge in our regular RFP process. So having a date that things can conclude by, whether circular materials reaches out and or the final negotiation process so we can report back to council would be very helpful to make sure that this is not prolonged and impacts other areas of the business.
Okay, thank you. That was your last question. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you. Councillor Sachs asked one of my questions about the transferring of risk. It's from your answers and from your presentation, apparent that this policy would transfer risk onto municipalities as opposed to the provincial government being responsible for it. Can you comment on whether the way that this RFP process has been structured appears or effectively by design makes it so that it's really private companies that can bid?
So through the chair to the councillor, I'd say a number of the challenges would be around a potential strike or lockout situation, which I know none of us hope we get there. But ultimately, when we look at the workforce within a municipal context, I don't know very many municipalities who have frontline collection operators or transfer station operators who are not unionized. There are a number of for-profit companies who are unionized as well, and there are some who aren't. So again, I think that one is a very challenging position for the city from a labor relations standpoint and an operational standpoint to move forward with, which could potentially skew who would bid and who wouldn't bid on that service.
It sounds like this is a backdoor or poison pill approach to weaken the right to collectively bargain, which is guaranteed. It's one of the first recognized human rights in the world. That's with ensuring that there would have to be replacement workers, or sometimes known as scabs, and that would undermine the position of our unionized workforce. Thank you for clarifying that. So why is it that can you talk a little bit further about why the private sector is able to take on the risk or make a profit under the conditions set out by the RFP compared to the city, in addition to the piece around labor relations?
So through the chair to the councillor, I can't talk specifically about making the profit off of labor relations, but just generally, when you look at the city and our waste management program, we have the city and our waste management program. That's really it. We're a rate-funded program, so we don't use tax dollars to fund our collections and fund our infrastructure. And when we look at the for-profit sector, generally, if they take risk, that's what the for-profit does. They take risk, but that risk is extremely calculated, and they are able to spread that risk and reward over multiple contracts. So at the end of the day, they may take a risk in one region and win, really good with their bid, and at the same time not make as much money or lose money in another part of Ontario or the country on work. So the diversification of the private entities allows for greater risk taking than we have the ability here in the city.
Yeah, bets and returns is different than running a government. Is there anything in here, any comment on what happens if cost increases, if there's price escalation? Are there caps on the contractors for raising prices throughout the life of the contract?
So through you, Chair, to the councillor, the bid has inflationary increases in there, but I'm fairly certain that there are no other allowable adjustments if, for instance, we bid on a labor cost that goes up through collective bargaining. We cannot go back to circular materials or the issuing authority and say we needed to attract more people into the city by paying them more, or the collective agreement has gone up and we need some more money. That is not on the table in my understanding. There are other escalator clauses that relate to fuel, but at the end of the day, we would be locked into the price that we submit, and we sign a final contract with the producers on.
So it effectively it leads to kind of a freezing of wages in the sector. Finally, I just want to say, I want you to clarify an answer to Councillor Sachs. The provincial government wasn't interested in negotiating or speaking further for the delivery of an affordable, quality service with fair wages and working
didn't touch
conditions for
anything.
workers. Is that correct?
Okay, that was your last question.
Through the counselor, or through the chair to the counselor, I can't comment on that. I don't know.
Thank you.
Councillor Ainsley, question.
To you, Madam Speaker. So the program that you've outlined to us this morning, we're mandated by the provincial government to be involved, or like we just can't say we're not going to do it, we're just going to keep recycling our own material.
Through the chair, we are not mandated to do the Blue Bin program. We can opt out from collections to transfer to haulage to litter collection because that is now the responsibility of the producers. We have the option to be part of it, and that's where staff are looking to move forward with is a negotiated position that minimizes risk but still provides the same level of service that residents have today. But in short, we are not responsible to do any of this work. It's the producers.
So we could opt out ultimately if we wanted to.
Correct.
And financially, is there a model for that?
There have been a number of municipalities across the province who have opted out of the transition phase, which we're in now, that we have full cost recovery, and numbers of them that have opted out of delivering service in 2026.
Okay, all right. And then getting back to the presentation that you gave us this morning, and you talked about the cameras and that and the AI technology. Is there a reporting mechanism that's been outlined about how, if we did this program in Toronto, is there a mechanism or a process where the collection, whoever wins, reports back to your department on how it's operating or what the service delivery level is?
So through the speaker to the councillor, there's no circle back from if we're out of the program. And
sorry, I meant if we're in the program.
If we're in the program, we would be reporting that information to the producers.
Sorry?
So if we were in the program, if we negotiated an agreement and or under these terms, we would have to report back every single day at 10 a.m. in the morning, a report of every single resident that had garbage in their blue bin with an estimated quantity and type of garbage that was in there on a daily basis. So we would have that reporting relationship established. It would be quite costly, and we're still looking to see if the technology and processes are out there for us to even get a price, let alone install on our vehicles through fleet and tech services.
Yeah, and in the report it talks about they want to, there's an expected contamination rate. It's supposed to be at 4%. Currently, after us running a very successful recycling program for decades, I'll say we're at 30%?
That's correct.
Okay, and so the operator, if they can't get it down to 4% and they're using cameras that are showing our residents are putting garbage in their blue bins, but we're not responsible for even advertising to our residents anymore about how to recycle, is the municipality penalized for contamination above the 4% or like?
So there's kind of two scenarios there. If we are a service provider, we would have to develop a plan and at our cost to address getting that contamination rate down. That would be approved by Circular Materials. If we are out of the program and we are not collecting blue bin materials, there is the foreseeable challenge of those blue carts being left behind and stickered, and then a challenge between whose responsibility is it to pick up the overly contaminated blue bin. Would it be the producers who own the blue bin and all of the materials in it, except for apparently the garbage, or would the city now have to come behind and collect those blue bins as garbage, which would then be an additional cost on our ratepayers? So again, we're still trying to figure out those next steps, if those bins are left behind, the responsibility behind that, and that's something that we will be updating council on as we go through this journey.
Okay, and then within, it's a 7-year contract that's going to be awarded. Within that process, has there been any vision, I'll say, from the provincial government around what's going to be recycled, collected? Is there going to be different products? Is there going to be, like I was reading recently about the recycling program in California is becoming much more stringent. France has banned paper, like Starbucks has paper cups lids in France now. Has there been any discussion as that 7-year contract is rolled out about the expectations of what's going to be collected or legislated as recyclable?
That was your last question.
So through the chair to the councillor, those items are ultimately determined by the producers in order to meet their percentage of recovery of those materials that are listed within the regulations and the legislation. That being said, there's no indication that, or at least right now, materials are going to be removed from the blue bin, although that could happen, and materials could be added to the blue bin. But what the overall intent of this common collection system in 2026 will be is that no matter what community you live in Ontario, all of the items will be the exact same of what you can put in the system, which is not the case today. And so hopefully through that, there will be consistent education provincially. There will be, just a better understanding of, this material can go into every blue bin, not just the one in my community. So hopefully reduce contamination and increase capture rates.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Speaker. I have a few questions. So currently we collect the recycling on the east side of the city from Yonge, I believe, right?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And GFL, I believe, collects the west side?
That's correct.
And there's a $40 to $50 million fee that you mentioned that if we were to transition, that there would be a $40 to $50 million cost. So are you referring to the west side of the city? Because don't we own the blue bins on the east side?
So through the chair, what the requirement is in the RFP is that the contractor is responsible for deploying all blue bins across the city. So right now, the city has around a little over 500,000 bins deployed to households, and that requirement of the contractor would be to deploy their own bins to all of those residences. So one option would be to potentially make an agreement with the city to procure our bins. Another option would be for them to purchase all new bins and deploy them to every single household in the city on or before January 1st, 2026. And the cost of that alone is between $40 and $50 million, depending on the competitiveness of the cost of those blue bins. But with that, there will likely be some challenges in terms of the logistics behind us tipping the bin for the last time, putting it on one of our trucks to take it away, and the producer group or whoever's awarded this contract coming behind the city truck with a brand new blue bin that ultimately we believe does not need to be purchased new because they're already deployed across the city, and it will ultimately cause some headaches and calls to 311 and councillors on why is my blue bin being replaced with a brand new blue bin.
How would this change affect our Vision Zero goal that the city has set for 2030?
So through the chair to councillor, we haven't assessed the minute kind of details in terms of how it would impact Vision Zero. We don't believe that there will be generally more trucks on the road, but that's something we can take away and investigate.
And how does this change impact the public good in the sense that is it beneficial to the people of Toronto in any way?
So through the chair to the councillor, there's kind of a yes and no answer to that. I believe it will benefit all residents across the province to have a standardized blue bin. If you live in Peel and work in Toronto, no matter where you're at, that material goes into the blue bin. versus now in some communities, you're not allowed to put certain materials in, and it's quite confusing. So that's a very good benefit. With the cost being borne by producers, there's also the hope that now they will fully recognize the cost of those materials and maybe reduce the amount of plastic, reduce the amount of cardboard and paper that products are wrapped in, because now they are fully responsible for it. When it comes to service delivery, again, you know, if the city was to maintain providing the service, it would be seamless, as it was a number of months ago when we did transition to full extended producer responsibility. If it moves forward with potentially 4 contractors in 4 districts, there could be a challenge with communications. Who is responsible for blue bins? How do I get my blue bin fixed? And you know, the inevitable missed collection challenges. And then when we look at some of the costs that are baked into this RFP, you know, I think it could be done more cost effective, which would then reduce the burden on producers, which would then reduce the burden on all consumers.
And so I'm not quite sure how many employees we employ from east of Yonge all the way to Scarborough. But how would this change impact our staffing right now? Will these people be unemployed? What is the plan going forward to make sure that at least our staff, our city staff, our dedicated city staff is not impacted in a negative way as a result of this change that may happen?
Through the chair
That was your last
to the
question.
councillor, it's a very good question. And if the city is able to negotiate a fair arrangement with the producers, then it would be subject to council approval, status quo in terms of the positions that we have within the city and our workforce count. If we are not successful in ultimately getting a negotiated agreement, we do have a number of positions that would be impacted, but I do want to stress there's a difference between positions and staff. Our position count would likely decrease, potentially, subject to council approval, but those staff members would be moved into existing roles. As you know, we're not 100% fully staffed. All of our positions aren't full on our collections front, so those individual positions that would be removed from the system would be ones where there's nobody currently in that role, and we would manage moving staff through either attrition within the division and/or there are collective agreement rights that staff have to bump and move into other areas. But ultimately, losing staff is, for me, my biggest concern, and everything will be done to make sure that they are retained within the division, and if not, the city.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chang.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the very clear presentation on something that feels very muddy. I'm just wondering, do we own the bins on the west side of Yonge, or is that, so we own all the bins across the city? And do we also own all the sites, the 4 different sites where, so even though the collection is done by different groups, but we own all the infrastructure? Is that correct?
So through the chair, we own the transfer stations and we own the collection yards, but for our contractors currently in District 1 and 2, we don't own the fleet and we don't own where they stage up.
So what is the value of the infrastructure that we would have to either sell or try to repurpose?
So there would be, you know, if we are out of collections, we would be looking at probably 40 collection vehicles that we would retire through attrition. We've been working very closely with Fleet to balance off our purchases versus our potential disposition of those trucks. So, you know, upwards of 40, but again, we've got almost 200 collection vehicles within the city and they do have a normal churn. We've got 2.5 years to plan for that. So we wouldn't necessarily lose any value on any assets that we have. they'd be repurposed and/or disposed of through normal course.
Including the transfer station?
So the transfer stations would still be operational. We have 7 transfer stations across the city, and they have our household hazardous waste depots. They stage up our garbage and our organics. So there would be no major, infrastructure changes to those facilities.
So if the winning bidder wanted to use part of the infrastructure of our transfer stations, that would have to be another negotiation as well. Is that correct?
So part of this process is that the transfer station agreement to use our sites would not be specific to the individual contractor who gets the collection work. It would be with the producers, so Circular Materials. They procure that service, and then under the collections contract, the collectors would then use that service.
So are they interested in that partnership?
So through the chair, they have submitted, or they have put out the request for proposal for transfer stations. We're currently investigating some of the challenges, as I mentioned, with having to have additional capacity at each of our sites. It's going to cost money to expand, and we won't have bid prices in on what our fixed cost would be to expand those sites by the time it's required to submit for the proposal, which is one reason why we believe that negotiating is the best value for us and for the producers, and minimizes risk for both sides into that we're not overcharging for that work or undercharging.
And do you know if GFL is planning on bidding or is going to bid?
Through the chair, I presume that they will be bidding.
So what happens if 500,000 bins need to go somewhere? What would the environmental impact of that be?
Through the chair to the councillor, it would be quite a logistic feat to go collect all those bins. We're looking at just additional emissions from that process, and then we would look at, are there other communities that would like to have those bins versus us having to chip them and recycle them. But again, we haven't done the full environmental analysis on that. We're very hopeful that those bins will stay in play, either with the city delivering that service and or making a fair transaction with the contractors to purchase those bins.
So it sounds like we're going to save money because we're already not paying for the recycling program, but then the cost of capacity to partner will have an impact on our budget. So, do we actually think that there will be a savings at the end of this really bumpy journey?
So through the chair to the councillor, right now we are full cost recovery. And the challenge will be is in 2026, if again, we're not able to negotiate an agreement, there will still be costs that will be borne by the city that we will not be cost recovered for. So although the contractors would be responsible to set up their own customer contact center, we strongly anticipate that 311 will still be used. And we know that calls will still come in through the councillor's office. And so that infrastructure, that customer service handoff will have to be still staged up and funded by the division. So there will still be some residual costs after transition for sure. What those are at this point, we know 311 is going to be one of them, but there will likely be some consulting services that, staff time, because at the end of the day, although we may not agree with the terms as they exist right now, we do not want to, as staff, drop the ball in terms of ensuring that we have, to the best of our ability, made sure that there was a smooth and orderly transition to the new contractors, and that will come with likely extensive staff time to try our best to make that handoff succeed.
Okay, thank you. That was your last question. Just a sec. Okay, there you are. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. It sounds like they might have ignored all the good counsel that you would have provided during their consultation period.
Through the chair, they did listen to a few items, which we're happy that they did, with regards to the City of Toronto boundaries being maintained, our side door collection being maintained, the closed-top bins being maintained, and the time of collection being maintained. And there are some other items that are spread throughout the RFP that, you know, we're glad that they listened and we collaboratively worked together on it, but there are some that were ignored.
So operationally, your expertise is operations. It doesn't sound like operationally that they took much advice. I'm concerned about a few things. The 4% really concerns me. And if it's, what happens then, just logistically, if they ever get to 4%, then we would be getting 25% more into our solid waste stream, into our garbage stream, correct?
Through the chair, that would be correct.
So that's a lot. That's a quarter more of what you currently collect. Have you factored in what that cost would be for pickup and everything else? Is that something you've done already, or you need to come back with us?
So we haven't factored that into future budgets, no, because to be quite honest, we don't believe that getting to 4% is realistic.
You don't believe they can get to 4%?
I don't believe within the City of Toronto.
You don't believe that they can get to 4%? And
I
what are
don't
the
believe.
sanctions if they don't get to 4%?
So again, within the terms of the RFP, there's the proponent working collaboratively with Circular Materials, submitting plans, work packages to get to that level, with increased education and enforcement.
Penalties.
But there are no penalties
There's no
as they
penalties
exist
not
right
to
now.
get to 4%.
No.
So they can take that they didn't get to 4%, because now it sounds great, then they can dump the rest of that into our solid waste stream, because they're only going to take what they consider to be clean. Have I got that right, just in a nutshell?
In a nutshell.
Thank you, in a nutshell. And then some of these people in firms in Circular Materials, I believe Tim Hortons is one of those.
I believe you're correct.
And I do believe, unless something's changed, that their cups can't actually go in recycling. Hot cups aren't allowed in because of the waxiness. Is that right?
That's the current position, yes.
Are there, I'm sorry, my mind is just blowing here at this particular place. And the other thing is, for the apartments and condos that don't have recycling, what's the requirement? I mean, this is provincially mandated, producer responsibility, back of a napkin, not listening to professionals who collect every day, saying they're going to have 4%, but there's no penalty for not reaching 4%. And then there's a whole number, I don't know the percentage, I think it might be 20% of condos, apartments that just have private pickup, and even some of our pickup where there's no requirement to recycle. What is that number? Do you remember?
So through the chair, every apartment condo that is within our system must have organics and blue bin. Yeah, city
but
system.
The private pickup,
but the private pickup, approximately 35% of the multi-residential is picked up privately, and I don't have the numbers in terms of if they all have blue bins or not.
But there's no requirement then for private pickup. Under this producer responsibility, is the government mandated everybody has to recycle, including those that currently aren't?
So those buildings who potentially aren't recycling right now would contact the producers or the contractor, and they would get onto the system, and they would be provided a bin, and they would have their materials collected. So there is a mechanism for those buildings that do not have the program right now.
But there's no requirement for them to do that, and there's no requirement to meet the 4%.
So there's no requirement to meet the 4% by individuals putting materials in the blue bin, no. So,
do you find that odd as far as being, and I shouldn't ask that, but I do find that odd that the accountability factor seems to be missing. So in a new system that purporting to get to a 4% rate of reducing contamination to 4%, there does not appear to be any accountability that you've done that. And where's the accountability factor from the Producers Council back up to the provincial government or anybody else that they've attained their goal in changing this whole system and giving us all a headache?
That was your last question.
So through the chair, the accountability measures are within the regulations, and it specifies by product type recovery rates, which the producers, they put so much material into the overall system. They're required to get a percentage of that out of the system. That's where the accountability metric comes in. I believe that the 4% contamination is a producer-led number. It's not a provincially driven number. But I believe that the producers are framing it up that if they are to meet their expectations from the provincial government to get 80% recovery on some items, 85 on others, that a 4% contamination rate will help them meet that ultimate goal.
And
Thank you.
No, I did ask about the penalties.
No, I know, but that was your last
No,
question.
in the answer. I'm not
Okay,
asking
if you
a
can just
separate
give a
one.
fast
Sorry,
answer.
Speaker.
Yeah, just give a
Thank you.
fast answer, please, to the
Thank you.
staff.
Just around that, the accountability and the penalties side.
Sure.
Yeah.
So
Well,
in terms of the penalties, I would have to ask Annette if she could provide that. My understanding is, I'll just leave it to her, she knows.
Pardon me?
We'll just ask Annette if she can answer that question. She's much more versed with the regulations than myself.
Thank you. It's a pretty important question.
Councillor Fletcher, there are administrative monetary penalties for not meeting the recovery rates in the regulation, and REPRA, or the Resource Productivity and Recovery Authority, would be responsible for applying those administrative monetary penalties on the producer responsibility organization and producers.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, questions?
So our not bidding, and if we stay the course, effectively means that by 2026, we no longer have anything to do with the recycling program.
Through the chair to the councillor, we wouldn't have anything to do with eligible source material recycling. So that's the residents, the
the blue bin.
So,
the blue bin. Yeah.
but there will be some blue bins on the commercial side that we collect that we would still be responsible for. Very small fraction, but generally we would be out.
Yeah, we would effectively be out of that activity.
Correct.
I've never really turned my mind to the cost implication of that. So we currently, and just take us through this quickly for a sec, okay? And you've said it, the program, all of the program, the waste collection program from green to garbage to blue, is all, basically it's a service fee delivery model. We charge for it, right? It's not a taxpayer or a tax dollar funded activity. So the 30% of waste that ends up in the Blue Box program now, where does that cost the contamination? Well, where does that cost get allocated now?
So through the chair, there's a before and after. So prior to July of this year, that cost was borne by the city. As of July.
But the city in what program?
In solid waste.
In the solid waste program.
Absolutely. So
people are paying for that. Even though
correct.
they're putting that garbage in the blue bin, they're paying for it out of their gray bin.
Correct.
Okay.
And so in the new program.
100% they're paying for that.
Correct. And so now in the new program, all those costs are borne by the producers.
Okay. But there are some costs that span all of the programs. Supervisors, right? You don't have a supervisor for the gray bin, one for the blue bin, one for the green bin, right?
Correct.
So that cost now is borne by the three programs, the three waste streams or collection streams. Once you remove the blue bin from that stream, what happens to those costs?
So through the chair to the councillor, those costs will no longer be cost recovered by the Blue Bin program through producers, and they would be spread out over our fixed costs.
So you're not, so those people aren't going to be migrating with the blue bin to circular, whoever else takes on the task. Those costs will then now be borne by the green and the gray box, the gray bins.
Correct. There are, through the chair, there are some fixed costs that will be maintained if we can't work out an arrangement to continue the work and don't bid on the program. Your identification of some supervisors is one of them. We don't envision laying off supervisors. They're needed on the street every single day. So the costs that we could have recovered part of their salary through the recovery mechanism with the producers would now be borne by the ratepayers. But just again, prior to July 1st of this year, those costs were borne by ratepayers at that point in time too, 50% of them. So it's not a massive cost, and most of the costs within collections are variable costs and not fixed, which is different than transfer stations.
Okay, last question.
Yeah. So where do you see us by 2026? Do you see us as an active player in the Blue Box program, or are we just simply gone from it?
Okay, thank you.
So through the speaker to the councillor, I think that we could still be a service provider and a player in that market, subject to circular materials and the producer groups negotiating a fair, reasonable, transparent contract with the city like we have in place right now. If they choose to move forward with the RFP in market, we will not, subject to council approval again, we would not bid and we would be out of that.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. I guess they're general questions. So prior to all of Circular Materials Ontario developing and all of this program, ratepayers in the city paid for all collections, further to what Councillor Perruzza said. And I guess in the recycling program, maybe we made a little bit of money selling the product that we pick up, right? Because there's value. But this was a net draw. People that in their rate base, what they're paying for their solid waste management bill to the city, were essentially paying for the Blue Box collection process. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Right. So fast forward to up into 2024 to 2026, Circular Materials Ontario evolves, and now I think you said that they provide, we get cost recovery for all of this process. Is that right?
That's correct.
So they send us a check.
They will be, yes.
Do we
I'm
know
not sure
what
if a
that
check has
check
come
is
in
going to
yet.
be worth?
Yes, we do.
Can you disclose it to council, even if it's general?
So we are covered under a non-disclosure agreement in terms of that contract. I'll have to look to my legal counsel if I can say that number, but I can say our cost, but I don't know if we can say what we recover.
Sure, and just give me an order of magnitude. Like, do we have a line item in the budget? I don't want unit rates or things like that. Is it in the millions, I guess?
Okay, so the program cost of collecting blue bin material and transferring it at our transfer stations is upwards of $40 million a year.
Okay, gives me an idea. So Circular Materials Ontario has a pretty good idea of what the city charges on a cost recovery basis for this program. So now they're tasked, they have to figure out what to do over the long term. And so they said, okay, we're going to put out an RFP. Presumably, they expect the RFP will be lower than what the city's providing right now. Is that correct? Otherwise, they just stick with us, right?
I can't speculate on why Circular Materials would go the RFP route versus negotiating with the city, but it may lean towards comments that you made, Councillor, and also potentially looking at increasing certain functions that we currently don't do with regards to technologies.
Right, okay. And so there's a letter in here to council from Circular Materials, and they remind us that they're a not-for-profit agency. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so what they're looking to do is bring value in the collections process because, somebody has to pay for it at the end of the day if they are a not-for-profit. So they're rolling the dice. They're going out there for an RFP, and they know what the implication is because they know what our cost is because we're working on a cost recovery basis. Is that a fair assertion of what's going on so far?
That is a fair assertion, Councillor.
So if they're cutting us a check every year, how come I paid more this year for my collections?
So through the chair to the councillor, last year during the budget process, and so because EPR, the full EPR has come in halfway through this year, we are, we received 50% cost recovery before full extended producer responsibility. So it's not the full 40 million that we're recovering net new. But when we look at our budget last year, inflation was upwards of 7+%, and our rate came in at 3%. And that's where some of the additional funding from Circular Materials went to balance out some of the inflationary pressures from operating, but also capital. And that funding has been allocated to our stated good repair budget within solid waste and within our reserves. And currently,
it got allocated. It got allocated.
It got allocated to our capital.
Okay, yeah. But in theory, it's cheaper for the end consumer because we're getting a supplement. Maybe the last question is, Circular Waste Ontario, in trying to get value for ultimately the end consumers who pay the bill on this, would they not want to transfer risks to other entities? So to put us on equal footing with the private sector and the people that are going to bid on this, they're going to do their best to transfer all the risks. So why would we be upset about that if they're only doing what's in the best interest of the whole system?
So through the chair to the councillor, transference of risk is extremely important, and transference of risk also comes with a cost. I'm not upset in any stretch of the imagination of transferring risk. I'm just concerned that the city taking on this risk is too costly.
Okay, that was your last question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti.
Thank you, Speaker. So just a couple of things to sort of unpack what we've been discussing for the last hour and a half, and for the people, for the sake of the people listening in. Can you explain what does this mean for Torontonians? For example, next week up in my area, it's recycling pickup week. What does it mean? Am I still going to get my stuff picked up in the normal way? Anything change for Torontonians right now?
Through the speaker to the councillor, nothing is going to change up until January 1st of 2026, because the city is currently responsible to deliver all the services like we have under the existing contract. Starting January 1st, 2026, again, hopefully if the city is chosen to have a negotiation with, it will continue that way. Our hopes are, and we will endeavor to make sure if the RFP process stays in place and other service providers are selected to do that work, the division and staff will do everything we can to make sure it is as seamless as possible for the residents. But ultimately, if we're not selected for that negotiation and awarding of the work, all issues would no longer be the responsibility of the city. They would go to the producer group, Circular Materials, and their issuing authority.
But in 2026, the way that we recycle will not change significantly in terms of the way we do it today.
That's correct.
Okay. So, and currently we have half the city contracted out, and the other half in the west, we do the pickup.
So in the east, we do the pickup, and in the west,
Oh,
it's
sorry,
contracted.
the other way around.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay.
Correct.
That's what I meant. So this will then result in the city being totally contracted out.
So through the chair to the councillor, it could result in all recycling being contracted out. Correct.
Okay. And is there a transition plan for the individuals that are currently doing the work?
So
to
through
transition to
the
other
chair
areas?
to the councillor, we haven't pinpointed it down to specific staff in terms of a transition plan. We're hopeful that we will continue the work. If we're not awarded that work, we will work very closely with those staff to make sure that they are retained within the division and that their union rights are upheld and those processes are intact. And again, working very closely with the union to minimize, if not eliminate, any disruption to staff.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
Madam
you.
Speaker. Yeah.
Okay, before we go, that was it for the questions. Before we go to speakers, can we introduce those members' motions that we had previously? Okay, we'll start with Councillor Perks. Okay, if I can have members of council that are here, please take your seats. If you're on video, please turn your video on because we need 18 members of council.
I think Councillor Cole, I think, is up back.
Okay. Could we have members of council please come in the council chambers and take your seats?
Yeah, can I have a quorum call?
Yeah, I think, let's do a quorum call. Maybe that would be faster. If they hear the bells ringing, they might sit.
Yeah.
Sorry, I should say. Deputy Mayor Mitchell.
Paul, can you just go up back and see if there are any councillors there?
So we just need 18 members so we can introduce the members' motions.
Members will have a vote up in a moment for you to identify your presence in the chamber.
We need to introduce some motions, Mike. James, sorry to drag you.
Okay, we can shut the bells off because we have 18. So we'll now do the introduction of the members' motion. Pardon?
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay, please.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Perks, if we can introduce your motion.
Members, if you just give us a moment, we're just having some internet network problems. We're just working through those. We'll get the notice up in a minute.
Okay, there it is.
Okay, there you are, Councillor Perks. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Speaker, I move that Councillor Gord Perks, that's me, be permitted to add to the agenda of today's meeting an urgent motion without notice concerning responding to the Artscape Inc. receivership proceedings. It is urgent as the receivership proceedings are expected to commence prior to the next regular meeting of City Council.
Thank you. All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you.
And Speaker, if I can just ask members, this is a very complex one with many different reporting departments. So if you're going to have any questions or concerns, if I could know about that in advance so we have the right staff here, that would be helpful.
Okay, thank you. Pardon? How many? We didn't do a quorum call because we did reach the 18 to do the members' motion. Do you want to do a quorum call? Okay, let's do a quorum call.
Members, the voting panel is now open to identify your presence in the meeting. Mayor Chow, are you able to indicate your presence in the meeting? Thank you. Councillor Prutz, are you able to indicate your presence in the meeting? Thank you. Madam Speaker, we have 22 members in attendance.
Okay, the next member's motion. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an urgent motion and looking for permission to add. It's calling on the federal government to fully fund an adequate and accessible Canada Disability Benefit. This is a call to action led by our local Daily Bread Food Bank. Mayor Chow and I were both out along with Premier Ford over the weekend, and this is a really, really important part of the equation. I hope my colleagues will support adding to the agenda and hope to have your support on the motion.
On favor? Show of hands. Carried. The next one? Well, yeah. Okay. Okay, the next one? Do okay. Okay, Mayor Chow. Okay, do you want to you want to introduce the motion?
Yeah. Yes, this is opening up City Hall, and is to establish a series of committees, City School Board Advisory Committee, and a Service Excellence Committee that is with Council Holiday, and yeah, there's several, and another one that is with School Board's Advisory Committee. So it's in the motion.
Okay, so on the motion by the mayor, on favor, show of hands, carried. All right, so now we'll go back to the item and we'll go to the speakers. Councillor McKelvey to speak. Okay, just a moment. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two motions. So the first one is deleting some recommendations that are no longer relevant. Namely, I think it's 7 and 12 as they pertain to the confidential, as well as deleting 3 because I have an alternate motion, and then amending number 11 with the words disappointed in the terms of the existing RFP, because I think that's how we're feeling. And then the second motion is, waiting for them to come up. Okay, so here's the first one, deleting 3, 7, and 12. And then adding the words to 11 that were disappointed in the terms of the existing RFP. And then the new motion is directing the general manager to continue to work collaboratively with the issuing authority towards a negotiated comprehensive service agreement that provides access and leverages the City of Toronto's decades of experience and subject matter expertise. And so it's giving our wonderful solid waste staff authority to continue negotiating up until the end of March 2024 and then report back. I'd like to start by thanking everybody that's been very engaged in this issue. So that includes our amazing city staff at Solid Waste, the Mayor's Office staff that have been very engaged on this as well, our wonderful committee members on infrastructure and environment, and also QP Local 416 that has also reviewed the RFP and really did push for it to be released publicly so that everybody could see that. And so I thank them for that. And I think everyone shares that same sentiment of disappointment. Disappointment that this provincially mandated circular materials issued an RFP that doesn't set up the city for success, and in fact probably doesn't set up anybody for success and has terms that nobody could fully deliver on. So I think we're all hopeful that those terms can be improved, that the city can continue to work towards continuing extended producer responsibility rollout beyond 2026. And you should know that we've already transitioned into EPR, and the city has been the provider, is the provider right now. It was seamless for the customer. Many people probably didn't even notice that this transition happened. So it's disappointing that the new terms don't set us up for success. We are open to continuing the conversation about the RFP, and we're hoping that it can be improved. And post-2026, it's important that we note that if we do not bid and we're not successful, this will impact 60 positions at the City of Toronto. And as you saw in the motions coming out of the committee, committee was committed, I'm sure you are all as well, committed to mitigating any staff impacts and working collaboratively with our partners in Local 416 on this important issue, and working collaboratively with our solid waste staff as well. So I thank you for that, and I hope that you'll join me in expressing our disappointment, but also saying that we're here and we want to be at the table towards a solution that works for everyone. I was very excited when I heard about EPR. I think there's a lot of benefits that are there, but the way it's being rolled out isn't maximizing those benefits. And for me, as somebody that lives on the eastern edge of the city, I go over to my sister's who lives about 1 kilometer away, and her recycling program is completely different. So when she comes to my house, she's never sure what goes in my bin. I go to her house, I'm never sure what goes in her bin. So having an Ontario-wide standard is a good thing. And what we wanted through this process, what we've been very clear on, is that we want that standard to go up to the highest standard, which is, I believe, the City of Toronto standard in terms of the materials that we collect, with the great job that we do going door to door to collect that. And I was at a solid waste international conference a couple years ago on the circular economy. And, you know, not everybody has a green bin, a blue bin, and a gray bin in front of their house like we do. Like, people were surprised by that. And, you know, we take that for granted. We think everybody has that. But we really are a best-in-class service provider. And I think we need to celebrate that success and maybe pat ourselves on the back a little bit because we don't do it enough, but also make sure that the province and Circular Materials know that and let them know we're open to continuing the conversation. So thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Holliday, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
So why would we want to overturn the staff rec to discontinue negotiations after December 31st?
So we're just giving it a little bit more time because we're expressing here that we're interested in collaborating and giving them the opportunity to change the terms. So that's what's different here, is that we're saying these terms are not great, and maybe they can come back to us with new terms.
So we've said that, and they've got till December 31st, because does that not introduce additional risk?
I think that the risk is we don't get it, which is the same risk we have anyway. We don't get the bid.
So how long would these negotiations go on for, potentially?
So we've put a date at at March 31st, and it's been clear that it's to pause any negotiations at that point and report back.
And forgive me, because there's a lot of material here. Where does March 31st read in the motion?
The March 31st is in the new one that I put.
I see. Okay,
yeah.
so you removed one clause and put the other one.
Correct. It just didn't go as a delete and replace. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank our solid waste staff and also Deputy Mayor McKelvey for her motions, which I strongly support. But let's be clear here. This RFP is an outrage. It's a poison pill. It is contrary to the entire purpose of the Waste-Free Ontario Act. It is contrary to everything that Glenn Murray spilled so much political capital to get. What we had in 2018, after 40 years of the Blue Book system in Ontario, was decades of the stewards, the people who produce all the packaging, ripping off municipalities. But even in the 10 years or so between the time when the Waste Diversion Ontario was set up and 2014, when I represented the municipalities of Ontario against the stewards to try to make them, for once, pay their half of the recycling costs. And that is the only time, as far as I know, in the entire history of the Blue Box, that the stewards ever paid their legally required share. Over those 10 years, they managed to offload another $250 million of their share onto municipal taxpayers, and there's a long list of ways they did it and got away with it. And the purpose of this act was to say taxpayers shouldn't be subsidizing manufacturers anymore. Taxpayers shouldn't be paying for all this packaging. Now, we're still paying for all this packaging. We still pay all the litter costs. We still pay the environmental costs. We still pay the damage to the quality of the city of having all that trash around, which is almost all packaging that they profit over and that cost us. And the purpose of the Waste-Free Ontario Act, and there was so much hope at the time, that yes, the manufacturers have to pay, and that if they did, they would finally take some responsibility from their packaging because, again, when the 50-50 deal was struck in Ontario 20-odd years ago, the theory was that if the stewards, if the manufacturers had to pay something for their packaging, that they would then reduce the packaging and take it back into their system and make new packaging with the old packaging, and they have never done it. They said, look how wonderful we are, we're reducing our packaging, and you know how they did it? They made it thinner. And what does that do to the cost of recycling? Pushes it through the roof. They have not done anything to help us. They have just ripped us off decade after decade, and here we are again, and the provincial government again allowing this system to be used to make a poison pill on municipalities. Well, I'm glad that people can at least see the poison pill. It clearly would be bad for the people of the city, for Toronto and our solid waste department to stop handling our recycling. It will increase the costs. It will not improve anything. But we can't take another poison pill. So I'm asking you to support the recommendations from staff. I'm asking you to support the motion by Deputy Mayor McKelvey, and that we should send a strong message to Circular Materials. Do they care what the city thinks? I don't know. If somebody else is prepared to bid on these terms and take it over, then my suspicion is, my prediction is, for what it's worth, that in 5 years we'll be back here again and they'll be saying, you know, city, you really were pretty good to deal with. We liked dealing with you. But we can't continue to be rooked. So please support the recommendations. And if anybody wants to hear more about my years of fighting the stewards, I'll be glad to talk about it.
Thank you. Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Speaker. No motion, but just some comment. Boy, why all the long faces in this chamber? It's like everyone's sad. For the first time in a long time, we've got a mechanism here to upload a city service to someone else. Upload. We've moved motions about uploading this and uploading that and getting mad about something else being downloaded. In here, we literally have another organization that is currently paying for all of this to the city today that says, you know what, we don't want to just keep paying the city over the long term. We're just going to go out to the marketplace because we owe that to the consumers. I didn't make up this idea. I'm paraphrasing it from the letter from the organization they sent to council. It's in the correspondence. Why would they not? Why would they voluntarily, perhaps pay more? So here we are at council working ourselves into a knot when we've got an organization that is willing to take all of this on. All we have to do is not take action, and we save money. I'm floored at, I guess, the irony in this chamber that for the one time something is going to get uploaded, it's not good enough. There's going to be some impacts to the city, agreed. Yeah, we might still get some 311 calls that can be referred over to the organization. I heard a hint here today that, there's 40 vehicles that I guess will have to, they'll have to be absorbed into the fleet. We don't know exactly what the staffing impacts are, but there was some reference, and I guess you can figure that out if there's 40 vehicles, what that means in the overall fleet. But at the end of the day, we should be thinking about things like, the citizens and the ratepayers that, pay the bill to have solid waste picked up. And perhaps this decomplicates the process and makes it easier for them. Perhaps they might actually do a good job. We do a great job. Maybe they'll do better. I don't know. Maybe they'll do the same. Time will tell. And if they turn out to be not very good at it, well, maybe we'll bid next time. But it's shocking about how there's a good thing coming our way and we somehow get into the middle of it. And the thing that worries me most is we just lose sight of the citizens that have to pay that quarterly bill or that semi-annual bill for their water and their solid waste pickup. And it goes up and up and up every year. Here's our chance to reduce some of the costs. Anyways, I hope councillors are just sort of thinking about the broad picture here, and we talked a little bit about it in the questions, about what exactly is happening here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I'm hoping that we can deal with this item before lunch. Councillor Bravo, did you want to speak? Just one moment. Councillor Bravo.
Thanks, Speaker. I want to, I wasn't going to speak until I heard the words of my colleague. I think that what we heard today is that we are providing a transparent, affordable, high-quality service that ensures that the workers that do this work have fair wages and good working conditions. And that does matter because the city isn't just about taking risks and trying out, maybe they'll do it better, maybe they'll do it worse, maybe we'll bid later. In the meantime, we're going to dismantle something that's been working, and this is going to drive, this whole strategy for the provinces is to drive down the wages and working conditions of the people that serve the city, many of whom live in the city and therefore are residents. We cannot have a prosperous working city if people's quality of life, if their wages and working conditions are constantly being eroded. And I think that we deal with it in other areas after, in the social services realm, for example. So I think that this is, I support the recommendation, support the motion from the Deputy Mayor, but I think we have very good reason to be cautious and to be upset. What Councillor Sachs talked about is something that's infuriated me personally for decades. If I go to a Tim Hortons, I can't even get a cup to stay. We have been effectively transferring these profits onto the municipal tax base for decades, and at the same time reducing and making more vulnerable the workers that work in these industries. I think it's a terrible day to give something up that was working for the people of this city and for the workers.
Okay, let's ring the bells. Let's vote. Put the motion on the screen. Okay, we can ring the bells. Okay, we have the motion on the screen by Councillor McKelvey. On favor, recorded vote, recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, can we get your vote, please? Councillor Perruzza, can we get your vote, please? In favor, thank you. Madam Speaker, the motion carries 21 in favor.
Just a regular council vote.
He could wallpaper his office with.
Yeah.
So, Part B, recorded.
Councillor McKelvey, could we have your vote, please? Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please? In favor, thank you. Madam Speaker, the motion carries 21 in favor.
Okay. Item is amended. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Okay, so go to top of the agenda. We'll see if we can, maybe we can see if there's any, if we have any quick releases. If we can clear the screen. Any quick releases? Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to release IE 6.9, Learning from the Fire at 35 Vulcan Street. Just wanted to say a quick 2 words on it.
Okay.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank my colleagues who've been involved. As many know, there was an unfortunate incident in the beginning of August that actually started in my colleague Councillor Crisanti's ward, involving an industrial fire that then resulted in some unfortunate chemical spill out, both from the company, which stored petrol, but also some of the fire response issues. There's been a massive coordinated effort, which we are very grateful for, and this is a motion calling on us to make sure we learn important lessons from this particular instance, and also calling on the provincial government to release specific details related to the sampling that's been done. And thank you to my colleague Councillor Sachs for some of her support and additions to this motion at IEC. I'd like my colleagues to support, and again, this had some severe environmental impacts that we want to continue to monitor over the coming weeks and months. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So on IE 6.9, on favor, show of hands, carried. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Striking Committee ST 3.1, the schedule of meetings for 2024. I have then circulated a motion. I've talked with a number of my colleagues. I have a number of committees that I chair. There's a conflict in the schedule on some of them, and this is why I'm moving the motion. Thank you.
Okay. So on Councillor Ainsley's releasing ST 3.1, on favor, show of hands, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I have a motion with Council's indulgence to reopen GG 6.19, which was a non-competitive contract with Sanscon Construction for construction services and water main and water service replacement on O'Connor Drive. If we can reopen that, I have an amendment that I worked on with staff that wasn't ready until this morning.
Okay, so Councillor Bradford is moving that we reopen GG 6.19.
It's a coordinated construction management plan.
What's the title of that again, Councillor Bradford?
I'll read it again. Non-competitive contract with Sanscon Construction Limited for construction services for water main and water service replacement on O'Connor Drive, Ward 19.
Okay, on favor of reopening it? Opposed, if any? So do we have the,
Yep.
Okay, let's move the
It's all good.
Okay.
And again, this is just having staff come back with a updated construction management plan to November to EYCC for a traffic management plan, given this scope change is quite extensive here on this project.
Okay, on the amendment, on favor, show of hands, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a couple of items that I can release with quick amendments. The first one is NY 7.8, 1 Greenbrier Road, etc.
Okay.
Clerks will have this motion. This is just a technical amendment. It's not customary to have the councillor's name in motions about development. It was necessary at Community Council to make it clear the motion that was being added. This is just cleaning up the language and taking my name out of it because it doesn't need to be there.
Okay, so on NY 7.8, Councillor Carroll is moving the amendment. On favor? Carried. Item as amended. On favor? Carried.
Thank you. And the second one, Madam Speaker, is EC 6.2, why manufacturing is essential for Toronto.
Okay, just a moment. Let
Clerks have that motion.
EC 6.2, yes?
Yes, why manufacturing is essential to Toronto. At committee, Madam Speaker, we simply received the presentation from staff, but I indicated that day that I would draft a directional statement coming from that can come from council that really communicates the importance in our public record for the benefit of the province understanding that. And so this asks for a report back that makes sure that we continue to monitor the state of manufacturing vis-a-vis recent legislative and regulatory changes at the provincial level. It also kickstarts what many councillors may have heard a lot about and a lot of demand for, which is accommodating wet lab space in the life sciences in some of our vacating commercial spaces. This is something for which there is great demand.
Okay, Councillor Carroll, apparently Councillor Perks said he wants to continue to hold the item down.
Okay, I'll talk to him at lunch. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Councillor Perks? Yeah, Councillor Carroll will continue to hold it, but okay. Anything else? Councillor Carroll, what about the one from the deferred item from the last council meeting?
Oh, I'm still waiting for the technical language on that, Madam Speaker. I'll try to release it as soon as possible.
Okay. Now, Councillor Myers.
I would just like to release EX 8.9. I believe staff have circulated some cleanup language that I would just like to adopt and replace the language currently.
Okay, does the staff have your amendment?
Yes.
Okay, there, it's on the screen, on the amendment, on EX 8.9, Wheel-Trans Service Model Update. On the amendment, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Thank you. Now, Councillor Chang, you've held down EX 6.2 capital variance. Are you ready to release that? Okay, if you have any questions, if you can ask staff questions so we can get through this agenda, and maybe, you know, you can ask the questions that you have, okay? All right. Okay, members, the city clerk has informed me that we are experiencing technical difficulties with CMP and TMMMIS technology services staff are working to resolve this issue. Please do not log out of CMP during the lunch recess. If you're able to leave your device in the chamber, please do. Security will be present throughout. And city clerk's IT staff can assist you prior to leaving the chamber if you must take your device with you. Thank you. All right, so Councillor.
Sorry, can you repeat that and why?
Pardon?
Yeah, can you just repeat that? Yeah. And why?
Because we're having difficulties. So, what, maybe, do you want to comment? Okay.
Members, we've been advised of an issue with the network, so if you log out of CMP, you won't be able to log back in. So if you can stay logged in over lunch, that would be ideal. If you are able to leave your devices here, security will be here, and Clerk's IT will also help you set up your device so that it can be properly set over the lunch recess.
Is that clear for everyone? Is that okay? All right. There you go. Councillor Chang, we're at your item. If we can get it done before lunch, let's move this item along. Councillor Chang, we're at your item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so I was reading this and seeing that we have as underspent estimated to end the year underspending almost $6 billion this year in capital. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, it's correct.
And I see when I go through this report that there's a lot of things that are in the red meaning that it's either stalled or stopped. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, there has been some challenges in our capital program, specifically those that are impacted by supply chain issues, increasing costs with a higher level of inflation than we traditionally experienced in the past, as well as some challenges in certain areas specific to specialized labor.
I'm especially concerned about technology services, whereas we know that part of modernizing our city, so many things depend on being up to date, but in technology services, it's almost like a solid line of red. So what does that mean for our city?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, and specifically as it relates to technology services, just reviewing the numbers here, I believe they are projecting to be at a spend of about $47 million to year end, or 79% completion rate. But even looking at that, digging deeper, there's about 38 projects that are identified, and 19, or roughly half of those, are impacted by specialized labor challenges. There are some very specific and unique technology challenges that are being worked out on a few projects as well. But it does mean some delays in terms of the time it'll take to complete those projects.
So when we look at this number and it looks like, oh great, we spent less money, but actually these holes that we have are things that will increase in cost over time if we don't move them to green. So is there an estimation of what this underspend will impact for next year's budget?
Yeah, through the speaker. So as it relates to capital, which is different than operating, any underspending, we do work with the programs and ensure that in the case of technology services where they're projecting to be at 79% spend, that remaining 21%, that stays within the program and it stays within the total project cost. And those funds are made available in this case in 2024 to complete that work. So the funds still reside, the work will continue to advance and be completed, but it does have a ripple effect in terms of the overall work plan.
Right, and then other things get delayed, right? So, because we only have a finite amount of capacity, so the more delays there are, the more it ripples out. And my concern is that when we have this underspend next year, the cost to do the things that we were supposed to do this year is going to increase. So is there a calculation of the cost of underspending?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, and it depends on the types of projects. So as we're building our capital program, we are looking at it by year over a 10-year period. And depending on if we're looking at a construction index or we're looking at projects that might be more led by staff labor, we will factor those into our cash flow estimates as we build out the 10-year capital plan and ensure it's adjusted to inflation based on the year it's expected to spend.
So is there one area of investment that we could make to mitigate this from continuing in the coming year? Is there, what are some things that we could do as a city to, I know a lot of these are environmental, like the labor shortages, but are there parts of this bottleneck that there's things that we can actually do to mitigate the impact?
Through you, Madam Speaker, and I think you've touched on one. I think, even if I'm breaking down, there's three elements that we would continue to look at. The one is external factors that are outside of our control that are going to have an impact on the capital spend. I think the second is an area where there's considerable efforts that have been made by people in equity around bringing in the resources to try to find those qualified staff and take actions. And you've actually seen considerable improvements in some of our staffing levels, especially on the capital side. The third is actually around budget planning. And it's as we start the budget year, ensuring that we are identifying cash flows based on that capacity to spend, the readiness of a project to proceed, and that we're setting funds aside in the budget year that are consistent with what we actually can spend in the budget year.
Okay.
Sorry, so you're saying that sometimes in the past, we've budgeted things that we actually didn't have the capacity lined up, ready to spend, and so that's something that we can address in the coming year.
Through you, Madam Speaker, there are times where we may be assigning more cash flow in the current year than we can actually deliver, and part of that is ensuring that we're planning, but we're also providing some flexibility in that if a project is advancing faster than we expect, we can accelerate the funds to complete the work. So it's looking at it through both lenses.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On the item, on favor? Carried. Councillor Carroll, you held down EX 8.4, deferred revenue report. It's here without a recommendation. Are you ready to release it?
I do have some questions on the supplementary report that was added later, Madam Speaker.
Okay, so you're still waiting.
Well, the supplementary report is there. It's in the CMP now, but I would like to ask some staff questions, so I'm not sure we can complete it before lunch.
Oh, okay, so it's not a quick, all right, okay. Okay, we have 5 minutes. So, pardon? Well, do we have the members' motions that we do have some members' motion that we can introduce? Okay. Well, Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Carroll has not introduced any motions on the item. Oh, geez. Okay, let's get through this. Okay, who's the first one? Who's the first one? Who? Is there 18? Okay, who is it? Councillor Holliday, you have a member's motion you want to introduce?
I do, thank you, Speaker. I'd like to introduce an urgent notice without motion concerning mechanical vacuum leaf collection program. And it's urgent because I'm not really sure where that first part of the urgency is, but it's urgent because the staff needs sufficient time to plan a 2024 program. And in light of the Speaker's ruling yesterday on the placement of a motion, it's something that can be in order.
Carried.
Thank you.
Can I please have order in the council chambers? There are members of council that are speaking. Okay, the next one. Councillor Pasternak. You have a member's motion to introduce before we break? Okay, just a sec. Okay, there you go.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The reason for the urgency is there's fast-moving international events regarding a threat that still needs to be substantiated by our various security forces against Jewish institutions, schools, synagogues, and so forth, urging people to attack them tomorrow. So this is really just an important message from the City of Toronto that we're working with our police services, that we're vigilant, and we're going to do everything we can to protect the community.
Okay, on favor, show of hands, carried.
Speaker, I move that we extend the meeting for 5 more minutes. Speaker, I'd like to move that we extend the meeting for, yeah.
Do we have any more to introduce before lunch? Nothing, okay. To 2 o'clock. Mike, are you not going to sit down? Members of council that are online, can you please turn on your video so we know you're here? Members of council, if you're online, can you please turn on your video?
My video is on, Madam Speaker.
All right, members of council. Okay. Okay, members, this meeting is now resumed. Members, I have reviewed a number of urgent motions without notice to be added to the agenda, but unfortunately, we don't have 18 members, so we'll have to put that on hold. Okay, we can do quorum call. Okay, Councillor Cole, if you can get to your desk and we're doing quorum call. Okay, quorum call.
Members will be opening the voting panel momentarily for you to mark your presence in the chamber. Members, the panel is now open. Please indicate your presence in the meeting. Councillor Malik, are you able to, Deputy Mayor Malik, are you able to indicate your presence?
Okay, we're good now. I'm here.
Councillor Crisanti, we're doing quorum call, so can you push your button?
Well, I gotta turn it on. Gotta hand it up, keep it pushing my button.
Yes. Okay, members, we're going to close the voting panel, but we'll call out names manually to make sure that we've counted you. Councillor Chang? Councillor Bradford? Councillor Perruzza? Councillor Crisanti? Madam Speaker, we have 21 members in attendance.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so since we have 18 councillors, we can introduce the members' motions, so if we can put them up on the screen. Okay, Mayor Chow.
There
Oh,
you are.
sorry,
Yeah.
sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm asking permission to today's meeting, an urgent motion without notice concerning keeping Toronto safe from hate. This motion is urgent because it contains time-sensitive requests to establish safety zones in our city to provide safety against hate. So I hope I can get your support.
Thank you. All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Okay, we can put the next motion on the screen. Okay, it's moved by myself. Motion drafted by City Legal on West Park Healthcare Center, a new hospital that's being built in my ward. They're looking for occupancy in November, so it's important that this motion goes forward so they can open up the hospital. On favor? Carried. Deputy Mayor Malik, you have one?
Yes, thank you very much. So this motion is protecting the process for tree removal at Ontario Place, and this motion is urgent because tree removal may begin prior to the next meeting of council.
Okay, on favor? Opposed, if any, carried. All right. Before we start the member motion run-through, I will take the release of oath, and the clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list. Councillor, no, I'll do Councillor Cole after this. Any quick items? No? Okay, the city clerk has advised that the financial impact summary sheets for members' motion MM 11.1, MM 11.29 have been posted with the agenda items RM 11.7, review of the order paper. So before we go to the members' motion, Councillor Cole. Okay, just one moment. Okay, there you go.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to make this presentation to Mayor Chow on behalf of the Toronto Waterfront Marathon. Yeah, I'm stumbling in it. Showing us. The Toronto Waterfront Marathon is this weekend, Sunday. It's the 34th year, over 25,000 participants from 72 countries, and they've donated over $50 million to charities across Toronto, charities like the Wood Green, Toronto Community Living, Daily Bread Food Bank, Red Door, and it's a $30 million impact on the City of Toronto, with all the hotels being filled, restaurants. It's great for the downtown especially, and it goes all the way to Councillor Fletcher's area, all the way to Councillor Moyes' area, our Deputy Mayor, Amber Morley's area, and great cooperation from all the volunteers. It helps Toronto businesses, and again, I would like to present this official t-shirt, which is made by one of the world's most famous artists, and her theme is raccoons. I don't know if you've heard her, Anthony Peruzza. It's Emily May Rose. So we'll get you one of these if you behave. So we're going to give this to Mayor Chow. And Alan Brooks, who's here he's the founder. Alan Brooks is the founder of the Toronto Running Series. Come on up, Alan, we'll take a photo. Alan Brooks has been organizing all the charitable events. Okay, the mayor's, yeah, so Alan is a constituent of mine, but he's been running this race since the early 80s, right?
Absolutely. Well, we started the marathon in 1990, but I would just like to thank everybody, the mayor and all of council, for the collaboration. It's a huge show, 25,000 runners from 70-odd countries, 500 area managers, over 3,000 volunteers to make it happen, and especially the city agencies. We're proud of the fact that we are the only event in the city of any kind, not just sport, that has our own command center. And everybody is in there, the police, 311, EMS, fire, ambulance, and this collaboration that makes it possible. And finally, we have a live broadcast that in 2019, just before the pandemic, was watched by 130,000 people in 79 countries. Whoa. So we will be showcasing our city like no other event does, 42 kilometers of it on Sunday morning. And thanks to the command center, we probably opened the roads again earlier than ever before. So thank you. We couldn't do it without your partnership.
Yeah. And Mayor Chow and I are running in the race. So she's only going 5K, I'm going 21K. So I'll see you there.
Oh, don't say that. And the mayor has run the 5K TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon 7 times previously.
Oh, just 5K, that's not that
Okay, 10K next year.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Oh, and download the app, TCS Toronto Waterfront Marathon. You can lie in bed with a coffee on Sunday morning and watch the whole
Did Councillor Cole say he was going to do 21? Yeah. Wow. Okay, members, we're going to go through the members, run through, but I would just like to ask permission. The members' motion that was just introduced by the mayor, the mayor has asked, the item is number 37 on the agenda, but the mayor has asked if we can do that as the first item of members' motion. So is that okay with everyone? Yep. First item right after members' motion. No, the first item of the members' motion. Okay, so the mayor just introduced a members' motion, right? So, okay, Councillor Perks.
I just want to understand. So we're going to do the rundown. If the item gets held because people want to debate it, do we go directly into debating it when we have finished the rundown? Or are we doing it first of the items when we get to members' motions later on in the agenda?
So right now we're doing the members' motion.
Yes.
And what my recommendation is, and the mayor has asked me, is that we do the mayor's motion as number 1.
That's different. I'm sorry.
The first motion, because
we're saying different things to each other, Speaker. If I could have an opportunity to maybe. So there's a difference between putting it as the first one on the rundown, which is fine, and whether if we decide to debate it, it is the first item for debate after we have completed the rundown.
Yes.
So that's what you're proposing.
Yes.
I just wanted that to be clear.
Yes,
Thank you.
I just want to give, but hopefully it would just, there might not be debate. Who knows?
Who knows?
Yeah, who knows?
The spirit may move some of us.
Who knows? That's what we were hoping on, right? Okay. So we'll start then, and we'll put 1137 on the screen first. Okay, there it is on the screen. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. On the item, Mayor Chow?
I need to hold it.
Oh, you want to hold it?
Yeah, just
Okay.
briefly.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay, next item is MM 11.1. Okay, it's on the screen. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Opposed, if any? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 11.2. Okay, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to reopening of item 2023 NY 4.42. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening the item? Carried. All in favor of the item? All in favor? Carried. MM 11.3. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 11.4. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 11.5. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 11.6. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 11.7. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 11.8. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 11.9. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. 11.10. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. 11.11. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. 11.12. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 11.14. Oh, 13. Hold on. Oh, 11.13, sorry. MM 11.13. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto East York Community Council. 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 11.14. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 11.15. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the aye. Okay. Councillor Myers, you're holding it down? Yes. Okay, just let me pull it out. MM 11.16. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 11.17. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 11.18. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 11.19. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Okay, well, you have to wait till we waive referral. So, all in favor of waiving referral? Carried. And Councillor Chang, you're holding the item down. (1120) has been withdrawn. We'll go to 1121. MM 1121. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 1122. Notice that this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, hold? Oh, recorded vote on the item? Okay, recorded.
Councillor Myers, can we have your vote, please? And Councillor Sachs, please. Councillor Sachs, can we have your vote, please?
Affirmative.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the motion carries 17 in favor.
Councillor Moyes?
I had an amendment for MM 1116. Can you reopen the vote on that?
Oh, you need like 3/4 votes. Shelley's going to vote you down.
The rental demolition?
That's correct. I had an amendment.
Okay, just one sec. Yeah, we need a motion to reopen. Okay, so Councillor Moyes has asked MM 11.16, the rental demolition permits and market rentals, to reopen the item. On favor to reopen? Yeah, so you're going to hold it.
Yes, and Madam Speaker, please hold it down until I'm back in the chamber. I'll be back later this afternoon. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Perruzza, please. MM 11.23. Notice if this motion has not been given, a 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. Councillor Holliday, you want to hold? MM 11.24. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. This motion is subject to a reopening of item T 6.98. A 2/3 vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. Okay. So motion to reopen. On favor? Carried. On the item? On favor? Carried. MM 11.25. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 11.26. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 11.27. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. All in favor of the item? Carried. 1128. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion's been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. 1129. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. 1130. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. 1131. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 1132. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 1133. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 1134. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 1135. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 1136. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item. Oh, Councillor Perks would like to hold. Okay, are you holding or you just want a recorded vote? You want a recorded vote? Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Bradford, Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Fletcher, can we get your vote, please? Madam Speaker, the motion does not carry. The vote is 9 to 12.
Madam Speaker, I want to change my vote to no, please. I'm having trouble accessing it.
Councillor Sachs wants to change her vote to no.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We'll make that change. The motion does not carry. The result is 13 to 8.
Okay. MM 1138. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 11.39. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, pardon? Recorded vote.
Councillor Bravo, if we could have your vote when you get to your seat. Councillor Chang, if we could have your vote, please.
Members, you have to be at your seat when you're voting.
Affirmative, please.
Thank you, Councillor Sachs. We'll ask you for your vote once we close the vote. Councillor Sachs, could we have your vote, please?
Affirmative.
In the affirmative, thank you. Madam Speaker, the motion carries 22 in favor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mayor Chow. Okay, quiet, please. All right. So now we're going to go back to the mayor's item that you held down, which we've waived referral, and it's on the agenda now. Okay, Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Toronto is a caring place. Our empathy, compassion, and the harmony in which we live are a beacon to millions from around the world who seek Toronto out to be a place of hope, a place they can feel safe, where they can be free to celebrate their culture, their identity, and to worship without fear. When that sense of security is shaken, we all feel it. It cuts at the heart of who we are as a city. It dims the global beacon of hope that Toronto is known to be. When that sense of security is shaken, it's a call to action for all of us, to work a bit harder, to make our city safer. A city where communities feel they're supported, that they're welcomed, so residents can gather, grieve, pray, and be there for one another at this really difficult, sometimes traumatic time. While hate often has global roots, as a city, we're often on the front line of addressing it. And I'm thankful to work with so many members of council who are so deeply connected to your city, to your communities. And you work with them to help foster a feeling of belonging. From the Toronto for All campaign that focused on anti-Black racism, intimate partner violence, Islamophobia, and anti-Semitism, to our hate activity policy, which condemns the promotion of hatred and promotes an environment without hate. We are all committed to create a city where everyone belongs. But despite of all this work, in these difficult times, the comfort people might once felt attending a place of worship, community space, workplace, or religious school might be shaken. That sense of unease, that anxiety, you can hear it from the panic from the mother. And I with one of the councillors. I heard it yesterday afternoon from a phone call. And that sense of panic, that fear. And that fear eats away at who we are as a city. And that's why it's important for all of us in this urgent moment to stand by our values and continue to support Toronto's community as much as we can. What this motion is clear about us maintaining who we are as a city. It keeps people safe from hate while they worship, celebrate, and mourn at this incredibly difficult time. Now, while we do all that, we also must work hard to protect people's fundamental rights to freedom of thought, expression, peaceful assembly, and association. That's why I put forward this motion with a lot of your assistance. I spoke to many of you. First, it's important that we all together rise to condemn hate in all its forms. Number two, we must make all resources within the city available to communities that might be more vulnerable to hate. So my motion called for a one-stop shop of resources that supports them, because often there's so many different portals. Let's make it simple for them. If they seek help, it's there for them. This motion also asks the police and all the city staff, whether it's planning or transportation, to create community safety areas for places, whether it's places of worship, and to do outreach to them, to give them the support they need to feel safe and be safe. Whether it's physical planters that Councillor Coe had been putting in a few years ago, or safeguards, or protocols, or police, or whatever it is. Planning, lights, we are looking at that. Together, we can respond to this urgent moment with care, compassion, and respect that it demands. Together, we can help people feel a bit safer, a little bit more supported. And we could keep our global beacon of hope burning bright by making a place where everyone feels they belong and celebrate our caring city. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo to speak.
Through you, Speaker, I really want to thank the mayor and all of the councillors who worked together to come up with this really crucial motion. I think that in times of tension and strife, the thing that binds us together is that we collectively represent all of the constituents of the City of Toronto. And the values, the statements, the principles that guide us are found in love, in respect, in lifting each other up, and there's nothing more loving and respectful than declaring that we will protect each other, we will have each other's backs. I'm grateful that we can come together in this moment and support this important motion to say that we recommit to a respect for human rights, for plurality, for diversity of perspectives, that we respect that we won't have the same opinions, but we can have the discussions in a way that respects the fundamental right to life and liberty and security of the person and dignity of the person. So I wholeheartedly support this motion. And again, I want to thank the leadership for making this happen today.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much. And I want to echo the words of the mayor and Councillor Bravo and so many conversations and engagement from my colleagues to have something so strong and important in front of us at Council today. We know and we love that Toronto is the most diverse city in the world, And we are deeply impacted by violence and devastation abroad when it happens. And we know that Toronto is sadly not immune from the impacts of that in our neighborhoods and in our communities. We know that in the wake of these events, we see spikes in incidences of hate, of anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, racism, and we know that is unacceptable, and hate has no place in the City of Toronto, not in our City of Toronto. And we have to ensure that we are doing absolutely everything we can in the leadership of the city to protect our communities and our neighborhoods and every resident from incidences of hate and be proactive in that. And that's what is incredible about the motion that we have in front of us, our collective work to be able to affirm our commitments to each other's safety, each other's well-being, and each other's humanity. I want to again thank city staff, the mayor, my colleagues for ensuring this motion looks to protect all those in our city from harm, hate, and violence, and we affirm our commitment to each other that together as Toronto City Councillors will work to build and protect just communities, protect our collective rights and freedoms, and ensure that in a city like Toronto, we're not just free of hate, but we're welcoming, inclusive, and we're demonstrating what diversity as our strength really looks like. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
I just want to rise as well, Speaker, and thank the Mayor and thank you for bringing this motion forward today. And reiterate what others have said is that no matter what is going on anywhere else in this very difficult world today, that we are dedicating that we are Toronto. We are a place where everybody needs to feel safe, and we dedicate ourselves to that. I really want to thank our police chief and the mayor for arranging for extra precautions around safety. It's a very wise thing to do. It lowers the temperature throughout the city. I think of those synagogues that have cameras. I have many churches in my ward. I have a mosque. I don't have a big synagogue, but I know that synagogues and mosques have cameras. They have hundreds of pieces of footage that they watch every second because they feel unsafe. And this is that moment where we are in a tinderbox. So for council to be clear, we are a city that values everyone. We are a city that values safety. We are looking out for everybody's safety. We commit ourselves to no hate. I think it's a very important message that we're sending here today. And I hope that we will be able to unanimously support this motion from the Mayor and the Speaker.
Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I'm just also rising to add my support and to thank the Mayor for her leadership, and also to thank yourself, Deputy Mayor Asma Malik, Councillor Pasternak, and Councillor Bradford for their leadership on this very, very important issue. I just want to reiterate that we at the TTC are doing our part to ensure that Toronto remains a safe, inclusive, and welcoming place for everyone. Unfortunately, a high degree of these incidents do happen on public transit, and the TTC stands ready, willing, and able to be a collaborative partner to making sure that everyone in the city is able to access Toronto safely, that everyone feels welcome, and that we send the message that hate has no place in this city that we all love. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'll be very brief because the day is getting late, and of course I've spoken on matters of hate already during this council session. But I do want to thank the Mayor and her staff for the package that's before us. Some of the things that we had in place weren't working, like the hate rallies policy, the anti-discrimination policy. They worked on a very micro level, but they really didn't work when we had major problems. And this not only puts in the infrastructure and the policy to defeat hate, or at least respond to hate, but it gives communities the comfort they need, that the city is doing everything they can to go about their daily lives in peace and comfort and security. You know, the problem we face sometimes in this city is we have a Supreme Court ruling, the province of Saskatchewan versus Watcott, that raised the bar so high to get hate charges laid and get a conviction. And that precedent, that statute, has created a situation, and it's very easy for hate groups to hide behind the charter. But my question to all of that is, what about other people's rights? What about the rights of visible minorities and ethnic groups and religious groups to go about their daily routine and assemble in their place of worship or in their faith-based schools or in their parks? What about their rights? You know, we think too much of the rights of the perpetrator and not of the victims. At the end of the day, the package before us, and I really do appreciate being consulted on this. I was very happy to give my opinions, and it's a package that's worthy of our support, worthy of the support of the public service, and make sure it's fully funded as we go forward. This will not be an overnight thing. This takes tinkering and fine-tuning and making sure that we have measurable results and that we have action. But at the end of the day, I think that our city must be a secure, safe place. And it's always important to remember that people come here from all over the world to escape world conflict zones. They're escaping prejudice and hate and terrorism. They're coming here for a fresh start, and we have to offer them that fresh start. We have to provide the security and the comfort to make sure that they can go about their lives in dignity, in security, in safety, and without hate and prejudice. So thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Chang, could I ask you to return to your seat in the middle of a vote, please? Thank you. Councillor Peruzzo, could we have your vote, please? Madam Speaker, the motion carries 23 in favor.
So our next timed item is CC 11.18, which is Councillor Perks, you held the item down, and then following that will be the Integrity Commissioner's report. So Councillor, we'll go, Councillor Perks?
Just two issues before we start into that. First, my understanding is we joined two items here. So this also, I believe, is, I'm forgetting the title of it. Councillor Fletcher would probably be interested to know this.
So which item did we join it with? Pardon? PH 6.3. Okay, PH 6.3.
So we're going to be considering the employment lands in PH 6.3 at the same time.
That's the one that you held down, Councillor Fletcher, PH 6.3. 6.3 is our plan Toronto, recommendations to the East Harbour employment area. You held the item down?
It was a so at the beginning of the meeting, the speaker recommended that these two items be joined. I just want to make sure we're all okay with that. No?
No?
Okay.
Okay, so we'll just deal with,
So then can we deal with the two items separately?
yeah.
Do we need a motion to that effect? I'm happy to move it.
So we'll deal with the CC 11.18 and then the planning and housing items separately.
We'll
But
deal
I
with
mean,
them separately.
okay, so Councillor Perks, yes, so when we adopted the order paper, we did combine the two, CC 11.18 and item PH 6.3. So we have to deal with those items together because if item PH 6.3 doesn't get approved, it will have an impact on CC 11.18, so it has to be together. Okay?
So, Speaker, just if I may, is it within council's rights to amend the order paper now by motion to deal with those two items separately? And
Yeah.
if so, I would like to move that.
Okay.
It's okay, Councillor Fletcher. I'm going to move that they be dealt with separately.
The CC 11.8 is new business, and then the other item is in planning and housing. Yeah.
We asked, yes, speakers?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm moving that the two items be considered separate.
Okay, so Councillor Perks is moving that we deal with CC 11.18 and item PH 6.3 separately. On favor? Carried.
Okay,
But-
and again, I have one more piece of business before I start my questions. I've conferred with the clerk, and although this is listed as a CC item, it is effectively, we moved a planning and housing item to get a supplementary staff report. So this is effectively a planning and housing item, and as such, I'm going to exercise my right to speak last on the item.
Okay, that's
Okay?
fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now that all the,
So what we'll do is we'll start the item,
Yeah.
and if we have any, if members of council, if anybody has any questions to staff first, we'll do the CC one.
I
yeah?
do.
Okay. Councillor Perks, could you just put your name on the screen for me, please? Yeah. Okay, there you are. Okay. Councillor Perks, questions?
Thank you. To begin with, Mr. Lintern, as we've just discussed, this item is in front of us because we had a previous item considering employment lands, and we directed that this come back with additional staff recommendations. That's what's in front of us today, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And there are, I believe, 5 sites or 4 sites under consideration here. Just for the benefit of the members of council, Could you quickly describe each site and what recommendation you have made?
Yes, through the speaker, just for the benefit of council, to put this in context, council has over the last 2 years considered about 150 conversion requests for employment lands across the city. In July 22, June 23, July 23, batches of these employment requests have come through. These are essentially the leftovers of the larger list. And I will just quickly highlight them. There is, and you may recall them from previous debates, 3710 Chesswood Drive, which is a site just to the north of the Downsview Airport, part of a contiguous employment area, a large employment area to the north, which in staff's recommendation is to not convert that site. The second one in the list, actually there are two in Rexdale, 330 Queens Plate Drive and 2200 to 2250 Islington Avenue. These are sites in the proximity of Islington and the 401 and 27, Highway 27 and Rexdale Boulevard. These are sites that are also part of larger contiguous employment areas and near the airport, and in staff's recommendation are to not convert these lands. There is a site on the south side of the QE known as 340 Evans Avenue in the vicinity of Kipling Avenue, right at Kipling Avenue, that is, a request to convert there. Again, what would be the first incursion of non-employment south of the QE into a very large employment area in South Etobicoke, and staff's recommendation there, again, same recommendation as the July meeting, due to both sensitive uses and other important vital employment uses, including film studio uses in proximity, to not convert that site. And then finally, a site on Finch Avenue West, near Weston, on the Finch LRT line. This site, in our recommendation in July, was to not convert. In this report, we are recommending to defer that matter for further consideration and further analysis, and to come back later with that one. So those are the five.
Okay, and I understand on one of the sites there's a hotel. Could you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yes, on the Chesswood site, there is an existing land use, a hotel use on that site.
And there's an existing hotel use. Okay.
And banquet facilities, yeah.
Okay, so you're recommending that none of these sites be converted. You also, I'm curious about whether you would accept any of these sites or recommend any of these sites as regeneration areas.
Through the speaker, in the various batches of conversions that we brought forward to council, some of them have been recommended as either directly to mixed use or to regeneration. The benefit of regeneration is that you really essentially do a mini land use study to determine what the infrastructure impacts are, because you're going into an area that never had residential use, and it's a real change in direction. But for these sites that we have in front of you, and other than the deferred site at Finch, we are not recommending either mixed use or regen, because again, as the principal point here is that they are all part of larger contiguous areas where if you start down the path of conversion, you're setting yourself up for more pressure to convert on other sites, other like sites.
Okay, in previous discussions on this issue, we've discussed things like how sometimes these conversions happen, but we never get an application. As I believe you said, it's close to half of them. And I believe at that time you also made the comment that effectively our employment lands are Toronto's green belt. Could you expand on that?
That was your last question.
Yes, through the speaker, really the past history with this dating back about 10 years or more, when we've done previous comprehensive reviews, is that these conversions don't necessarily lead to building permits. They don't necessarily lead to housing, if that's what you're interested in. About half About half have not materialized in that fashion. Many have been sold, so there are investment decisions that are being made. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but if you're looking for instant results, it's not really something that manifests itself in the data. And I would just remind Council, as I did in July and previous, of the Greenbelt Jobs Belt comment was the fact that the employment areas are a place where 400,000 people work. Often people who are newcomers to the country. They're good-paying jobs often. 27% of our GDP, $2 billion worth. Many essential industries, low-barrier jobs, strong relationship to neighborhood improvement areas, dispersed throughout the cities, which makes sense for the climate. I think we went through all those arguments at City Council in July, but all of that remains the same. And if anything is ever more important, given the city's need to maintain a diversified tax base as the city considers its financial situation.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask some questions of economic development and specifically our film commissioner. Thank you. Ms. Piggott, there's been a lot of talk around the item, and also we've just heard from the chief planner on some of the film strategic work in Evans Road. But most of the conversation centers around this could be a studio district. William F. White is already there. But in fact, attached to our agenda is a letter from Magali Samard describing that it's already happening. There is already some studio development clustering in that area already. Am I right about that?
Yes, Councillor, you're right about that, through the chair. That area already has William F. White, it has CineSpace, it has those huge studios on Kipling where many major shows like Star Trek or Handmaid's Tale are shot. Dufferin Gate has facilities there as well. And the unions IATSE, NABET, and the Directors Guild of Canada reported that in those studio facilities alone in 2020, they had total working days of 445,337 working days and gross total wages of $235 million. That's just wages, and that's just those unions. It's not all unions or non-union activity.
Thank you. And maybe you could speak to us a little bit about what is happening in the industry right now. Because I think a lot of times as councillors, unless we're keeping up to date, we think of, the film business comes to Toronto because they like to use our locations and we then look like other cities. But what happens in our studios, and even large and small, our virtual studios, all those sorts of things, they're coming to us now to use our studio space sometimes quite apart from location shoots. Am I right about that?
You're absolutely right about that. Toronto is the 5th largest production hub in North America. Movie Maker magazine calls it the 2nd best city in North America in which to make a movie. Of the 15 top film schools in the world, according to the Hollywood Reporter, Toronto has 2. Location shoots will very often take place outside the city. That's Toronto. Yes, we have our huge outdoor studio that is the City of Toronto, but many of those shoots go far afield. The studios are the heart and soul of the industry here in Toronto. They are why productions come to Toronto. Amazon, Netflix, Disney, Paramount, Warner Brothers, they're all looking for the best studio stock. They're looking for the best workforce. They find that here, and in addition to the provincial tax credit, that is what is drawing them here. The business will go where the studio developers go because studios drive the business.
So we have yourself, we have the Mayor's Office, we have Toronto Global, all working to attract this business. We have the provincial government putting a large amount of money into attracting this business. The Premier says he wants $5 billion. He wants the $2.5 billion industry to become the $5 billion industry. So in order to do that, if we're going to develop studio space, does it need to be in this industrial area? Do we need to keep an industrial area in order to build studio space?
Yes, through the chair, yes, Councillor, we do. Studio space, we need big stages. Some of these stages are 65,000 square feet. Those are obviously the big mega stages. Some of them have, 40-foot, 50-foot clear span ceilings. They need surface parking. They have large trucks coming to and from these locations 24 hours a day. They have workforce in the hundreds or thousands coming to and from these locations 24 hours a day. So for the disruption, for the noise, for the need of space, yes, these need to be on these kinds of lands. There's also a very big need for confidentiality, for security, for privacy,
Right.
for some of these shows as well. So that's another factor.
So at one point there was interest in just building a big old bingo hall on this property. I understand those folks are no longer interested. The people who were looking at it as a bingo facility, they're no longer interested. But in terms of pure strategy, in terms of film and industrial strategy for the City of Toronto, this is a property that is too strategic to convert. Am I right?
That was your last question.
Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thanks.
Thank you, and through the chair, because this is located in a production hub. Production hubs, they're critically important as part of Toronto's competitive offering to the world. So the business in Toronto is worth $2.8 billion per year.
It's 2.8, thank you.
Yeah, 2.6. We have 2.8 million square feet. 2.6 billion per year is the business. 70% of that business is international, which means it can go anywhere, and the jobs with it. 35,000 Torontonians are employed by this industry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Councillor, need a quorum call. There's nobody here.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
A quorum call, please. Quorum call. Quorum call.
Members, the voting panel is open for you to indicate your presence in the meeting. Councillor Bravo, if you could please indicate your presence in the chamber by voting. Okay, we can call it. Madam Speaker, you have 19 members in attendance.
So, members, it's important that we sit at our seats because we keep losing quorum. Councillor Mantis, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a quick question to the Chief Planner.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Lintern, just a quick question on the Cheswood property. the deputation back in June, July for the report, didn't the applicant want to build rental units on the property in addition to the hotel and the banquet hall that already exist?
Through the speaker, I believe that's correct. When the submissions were made, that was what was indicated, affordable housing, yes.
So at a time where we really need more affordable housing and more rental units, why are we not allowing, or we're not being positive for in this situation for that property?
Through the speaker, it's, as we presented as a citywide perspective, this is a balance of policy objectives that we're trying to address, both maintaining our employment lands and achieving where we can other strategic city building goals. And that is why through a number of these conversion requests, we did support a conversion because it made sense from a contextual point of view, or we were able to achieve other city building objectives. I will point out, though, that there is no guarantee in supporting housing or affordable housing, for that matter, on any of these sites. There is no guarantee that that will be delivered. These official plan amendments are adopted by council, and then they're sent to the province for approval. We have no way to absolutely secure through agreement or other means the affordable housing that may be being suggested through some of these conversion requests. So we've done our best through various site and area specific policies that we've had council adopt to secure on agreement some of this affordable housing. But we know that, again, it's in the province's hands. In this specific area, we also have the Downsview secondary plan review underway, and we know that basically a town the size of the city of Peterborough is being planned, with literally thousands of units and likely many affordable housing units. So that objective is really being addressed in this geographic area of the city.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Bravo, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to ask for you to remind us a little bit about the trend in terms of the percentage of land in Toronto over time that is for employment uses. Give us a picture of how things have been looking, where the trend is heading, please.
Through the speaker, the amount of land that we have currently designated as employment is 13% of the city's land area in total. You know, with the dynamic of land value, that number has only been shrinking slightly over time. And that's why we're very guarded about when we make these conversions, that we're doing them thoughtfully and carefully. But the numbers of jobs, while it dipped during COVID, is stabilized. They're still providing 400,000 jobs. Again, as I pointed out earlier, often good-paying jobs, strategic industries, right across the city. And if we continue on the pace that we're on with this municipal comprehensive review, for the lands that have been agreed upon for conversion, we'll be down to 12%. So we're making as many strategic, careful moves as we can, while at the same time, as I indicated, maintaining a careful balance of land use in the City of Toronto.
Would you agree that each conversion creates more pressure for requests for more conversions because of the way that the market values mixed use residential versus employment uses, or the value of land is different, so creating more pressure to actually reduce what is effectively the city's jobs belt?
Through the speaker, and I'm sure economic development may have an opinion on this as well, but with the dynamic of land value in the city, relationships to public transit and other locational benefits in the GTA, land values and the speculation that goes with these decisions can become quite intense. Typically residential will outbid employment land value. We've seen that dynamic time and time again. And the particular concern we have is often referred to as a contagion effect, where one site goes and then everybody around it comes and follows the path. And it does, even though we may not have converted that land across the street, all of a sudden that land value starts to go up, and it makes it difficult for those employment uses to continue.
Right, so there's a knock-on effect that actually jeopardizes, at present, what we have is 400,000 good jobs. They can be unionized. And I just want to go to economic development. Perhaps someone can comment on this. Buy American, the President Biden's policy has created, to my understanding, new opportunities for expanded manufacturing in Toronto. So, for example, there's a company in Scarborough that makes mufflers for tractors. Their line is busier than ever, and they would love to be able to expand. What happens when we can't take advantage of these strategic and historic opportunities to actually expand our manufacturing capacity in the City of Toronto because there is a lack of employment land?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor Bravo, thank you for your question. You're correct that the federal government is being effective in negotiating protections for Canadian industry from Buy America provisions that relate to public sector procurement, and that is creating opportunity in Toronto and elsewhere. As my colleague Greg Lintern said, we're now at 1% industrial land vacancy, which every incursion in employment lands reduces further, driving up the competitive aspect, not just within the industrial purchaser, but also when mixed uses are introduced and you begin to introduce other potential purchasers. To your question, the effect of that is that twofold at least. Existing Toronto businesses are having difficulty getting the land necessary to expand and are looking sometimes at other opportunities outside the boundaries of the City of Toronto. And secondly, inbound investment opportunities are finding it difficult to find the land necessary and the predictability in the employment land to make the investment decisions that we need them to make. We have some conversions under discussion today where just in the last 5 years, we have convinced Toronto-owned family businesses to expand into with the assumption that these employment lands would be held. And now with these risks, our ability to land such deals will be compromised in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My questions concern a conversion request at 3710 Chestwood Drive. Now, it's my understanding that across the street is the Downsview Park subway station and a GO station. And according to Government of Ontario policies, this would classify as a transit-oriented community catchment area, which includes housing. How do we prevent housing from going in to an area that's 5-minute walk to a subway station?
Through the Speaker, I think, Councillor, you're referring to the major transit station area policies of the provincial government, which the city has implemented through a series of official plan amendments. And you're correct, this is proximate to the subway station and the GO station. And there are minimum densities associated with the major transit station areas. But it's importantly a people and jobs target that is set down in the goals, and our ability to meet those minimum densities for any given MTSA across the city. You may find essentially people and jobs on all 4 corners, or some of them have people housing on 2 of the corners and jobs on the other 2 corners. It really depends on the context. This just happens to be on a boundary of a major transition in land use. The area to the north, the whole Duke Heights and employment area, is like 34,000 jobs. So you know, there are boundaries in the city, and this is one of them. It happens to be coincident with a transit station, but importantly, it is a boundary for a land use pattern.
It would just seem to me that people would walk on glass to live there, to be 5-minute walk to a subway station. But let's move on. The current owner of the land has a vision to build a complete affordable building there. And would you not agree that affordability and affordable housing is the #1 issue in our city? And shouldn't we be addressing the #1 issue through conversions?
Through the speaker, as I've indicated previously, we have taken that into account in many of the positive staff recommendations that we've made, and many of the decisions of council have had regard for affordable housing opportunities where and if we can. But at the end of the day, there's no guarantee that anyone proffering affordable housing as part of their development will actually deliver it. There's no direct line or mechanism, and all of these changes need to be approved by the province. We don't know to what extent the province will deliver on that promise in terms of their approval process. So again, balance of objectives in some of these sites, much better to stay the course in terms of the land use pattern.
Certainly, there are ways to secure the type of residential that's being built, whether it's affordable or market, the type of units, whether it's 3 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms. Why wouldn't you use those tools to make sure that this does remain or is built 100% affordable?
So through the speaker, certainly once we get down to a level of zoning and actual development approval, there are mechanisms. We're not really there yet. We're at an official plan level, a level of approval that is at a more of a macro level. Yes, we have secured number of bedrooms and attributes of the housing through a zoning bylaw, and through the city's own affordable housing programs, we've secured open door and other financing models through our affordable housing programs through agreements. But there's no any more. There is no direct line of sight to the security of affordable housing. We do not as well have inclusionary zoning tools in place. All of that needs to be rewritten and is dependent on additional provincial regulation approvals that are forthcoming.
So I go back to the Tippett regeneration, and I'm running out of time. I mean, we secured 10% affordable there. There was no wiggle room there. We secured it, held it, and held the developers to that. So there is precedent, and there are other locations as well. Just very quickly, with probably my last question, you've mentioned here that this site does not have complete community attributes, convenient access to services, facilities, libraries, schools. But at the same time, planning staff have written Update Downsview, which is just across the street, which supports libraries, community services, 11 elementary
Your
schools.
last question, Councillor Pasternak.
Yes.
You're over five.
So I don't understand. Here you're saying there's nothing there, and then of course when we flip the page to Update Downsview, you say all these great things are going to be there, which is basically right across the street.
So through the speaker, again, I would just indicate that Downsview is a large long-term planning process. We have no timing for schools or any of the services yet. That's part of the planning process that lies ahead. And again, I would just come back to the fact that this site is on the boundary between a large contiguous employment area and a large new planned community to the south. Yes, it will have those amenities. We are going to see that unfold over the next probably 10 to 20 years as those new communities come online, as that new infrastructure comes online.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, if we can clear the screen and we'll go to speakers. Councillor Perks, you held the item down. Councillor Perks? Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, you want to speak last. Okay, does anybody want to speak? Or forever hold your peace? I don't have any names on the screen. Okay, if you want to speak, please put your name. Okay. Councillor Okay, I don't know what happened to your name. Okay. Councillor Morley to speak. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues and to staff for all of the work on this particular file. Colleagues will note that there is one of the particular sites is located within my ward. It's the 340 to 364 Evans Avenue and 12 to 16 Arnold conversion. This site is something that has taken a lot of time and energy since I've taken office here, but has been, I think, really well spent. We here have a landowner who also happens to be a developer who has a vision for this site. The vision is inclusive of the retention of employment uses and employment purposes on the site, which is really critical.
Sorry, do you have a motion? You have to present your motion.
I don't have a motion. I'm just
you
speaking.
don't have a motion?
No.
Oh, okay.
I can speak, right?
Yeah. Staff thought you had a motion. Okay.
Oh, sorry, I do have a motion. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the reminder. If clerks can pull up the motion, it should have been advance circulated. Thank you so much. You'll see it on the screen momentarily.
Okay, so speak to your motion. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. The motion that I'm looking to move this afternoon is a conversion of the lands at 360 to 364 Evans Avenue and 12 to 16 Arnold as mentioned. I'll consider the rest of the motion read. It also includes an attachment inclusive of a SASP, which speaks to what we're looking to secure on this site. And while I am a very big proponent and understand the important value of our employment lands, the protection and retention of them, I'm also a new councillor who made commitments to my community to deliver on important infrastructure, on mixed-use communities, on housing, and on livable communities. So we here have a partner at the table, a landowner who's been incredibly dedicated, done an incredible amount of work. They're here with us today, and I want to thank them for being here. They were with us in July when this first came before us. And this is an opportunity, in my estimation, to show good faith and to work in a way that is collaborative, that is in very much in keeping with our commitments to deliver results for Torontonians. So on this site, we've discussed extensively, as I mentioned, the retention of employment lands. It's currently an underutilized site, so it's not a big job. Driver as it exists. But we're looking to change that. There's an opportunity to secure a hub on the site, and we've heard a lot from our film industry, which is critical and incredibly important to us, and there's conversations that we're looking at, including convening a roundtable with labor, with film industry, and other surrounding uses to ensure that the design and compatibility of a future on this site that includes mixed use is something that works well for Etobicoke Lakeshore and delivers on benefits for my residents. As the local councillor, I know this corner of my community very well, and I have a lot of optimism and faith in what we can deliver on this site if we work in collaboration with all of the stakeholders at the table. So I would ask my colleagues for their support here today, and again, thanking staff for their important work and the important information that they've shared with us. I think this is a unique site, it's a unique opportunity, and I would be remiss as the local councillor not to support it. I hope my colleagues will look at this motion, consider the points that I've made here today, and the work that myself, the landowner, and surrounding community are committed to doing to ensure that this is a site that Etobicoke Lakeshore can be proud of in the future. So thank you so much for your time and attention. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. There are no questions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Pasternak. Hold on.
motion.
So Councillor Pasternak, where are you going to speak from? Okay. So tell me when you're ready so I can turn your timer on. You ready?
Yes, can you hear me? Okay, there we go.
Yes. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so thank you very much. I have a motion, and it's to convert the property at 3710 Chestwood Drive to regeneration, if we could put that on the screen.
I cannot turn him on. It's been a long time.
Hello? Testing.
Yeah, okay.
So, thank you, Madam Speaker, for the introduction and the phraseology. But I have a motion, it's on the screen, and what we're trying to do here is we're trying to take 3710 Chestwood Drive and convert it to regeneration. And the reason we're doing it is because it makes sense. I'm going to show you the subject site on the map. Is right here. And you'll notice that it borders Shepherd Avenue. It does not border to the south heavy industry. Right to the to northwest is a hockey arena with a major parking lot, which creates a buffer against heavy industry. And over to the northeast is the Mayfair Tennis Club. To the immediate west of the property is retail, and to the immediate east of the property is also retail and a plaza with a large parking lot. To the south of the subject site is the Downsview subway station and GO station. So it is in a transit node. It is a 5-minute walk to the transit station. It does not interfere with any heavy industry, and it does not affect the employment area in north of it. The reality is that south of this site, in the Downsview lands, there'll be enormous resources for thriving communities, including libraries, community centers, and parks. It will be a 15-minute city of 110,000 people, and it only makes sense that this property be part of that. The number one priority in this city is affordable housing. The property owner has made assurances, and we can register them in any kind of zoning application and on title, that he wants to build 100% affordable. That is exactly what we're looking for this site. At this site now is soft use. It's a hotel and banquet hall, and it is something that is important to the community, but also creates opportunities for the community. The staff report says that this is kind of isolated and not near any public schools, but the reality is the Update Downsview plan calls for 11 K to 8 schools and 1 high school in those lands which are just south of here. It also calls for community centers, libraries, and other community assets. At the same time, the fact that there's no schools nearby is probably that signage is on every construction site in the city, where they warn people who are going to be moving there that in fact they may not be able to get into the local schools. So at least there's a vision for this area where you can have residential. At the same time, as I pointed out in the map, it does not. There's no noxious uses or heavy industry that is nearby that would be impeded. We would not be hurting any kind of commercial operations. At the same time, I think preserving employment is good, but it's somewhat outdated. And I'm looking at an article here that really says that employment lands continue to support manufacturing, but the economic shift towards knowledge-based production rather than the physical production has made manufacturing space less lucrative. Still, the City of Toronto and Province of Ontario like to protect employment lands as if local economy hasn't changed since the mid-20th century. In other words, times have changed. Our economy has changed enormously, and yet we're not changing our planning and our view of employment lands. There is nothing in my motion that will impair the ability of a thriving economic zone north of this site. This is a make-sense transition between the employment lands and the 110,000 person community that we're building,
Thank you,
to the
Councillor
site.
Pasternak.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Madam Speaker, I don't have a motion. I rise in support of staff's recommendations and staff's recommendations only. And I ask that Council be very clear. I hope that people have had a chance to read into Attachment 1 and read in detail the final assessments. We just heard a very compelling speech that makes it sound like no biggie. But I'm actually, while I don't agree with the previous speaker's comments, I'm grateful for the slideshow. And I'll tell you why, Madam Speaker. I'm very grateful for that slideshow because it is chapter and verse why in these matters it behooves us to be somewhat purist about our actions with regards to retaining industrial lands. Those two little circles above the Monte Casino Hotel, where long ago somebody let in a little sports facility here and a curling hall there. It's not residential, so it's okay to allow this use. It's sort of legal non-conforming, where it's not a condo tower. Let's just slip it into this industrial area. And the next thing you know, it sounds like a really easy thing to take another little chunk and do add the housing. And before you know it, you have muddied that sacred boundary that allows you to have a place for people to work in good jobs. Good jobs, not retail jobs, not just a child care center, not the things that belong in residential areas, but good industrial jobs you can make a life out of, you can make a career out of. You can even generationally see businesses hire person after person and then their children and then their children. Those are the types of jobs that are built in industrial areas. Those are the types of jobs that are built in the film sector, almost to a fault. We have a diversity strategy because that's another one of those industrial use types of jobs that has been generational. I'm bringing my son into the business. I was a gaffer, he's going to be a gaffer. We're going to be in this business forever. That's what happens in these properties. And each one you give away, every one you give away, you are giving away the future of the families that build those careers and lives in those good jobs. Every time. There's no exception to that. There's no exception to that rule. Is it close to the airport employment district and therefore strategic? You just gave away some good jobs for a family and all the generations after it. Is it in the middle of a film studio district? Oops, just gave away hundreds of jobs, good jobs. And is it on the edge of an industrial belt that is already threatened by some of the non-conforming uses in it? Are you making that problem worse? Yes. That's why this is one of those times. This is one of those times in municipal politics we have to be purist. We have to be ideologues. Industrial property is sacred. You don't give it away. It's easy for us to say, let's face it, what are we? We are a bunch of white-collar workers. Most of us are in this room, have degrees. We have the types of careers you build in office buildings. You mostly build them in the downtown core. So we can pretend, pay no attention to what's happening over there. But in a city of 3 million people, there are people whose whole families won't survive this generation or the generations to come if this type of opportunity does not exist in our city because we don't have the real estate for this type of opportunity in our city. So council, adopt staff's recommendations. This time, and this time especially, be purist about it. Those are my comments, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo to speak.
Through the speaker to my council colleagues, I want to say that we have an obligation to make sure that Toronto is a place where people can work and where we can make things. I do not agree with the notion that making stuff, manufacturing industry is out of date. In fact, how could we have come through a pandemic where we had to make our own masks at home because the Canadian industrial capacity has been so weakened that we didn't have the basic things to protect ourselves. There was a time where we would have manufactured all of that medicine that and any future health emergency that we face, we would have manufactured those drugs here. But guess what? We've just given up on that strategy, and it has to stop. Right now in Ontario, 60% of the jobs that are available, and when we talk about the labor shortage, paid less than $20 an hour. In the City of Toronto, to be able to afford to live, an individual must earn $40 an hour. Manufacturing jobs are jobs that can be made into really good jobs. They can be unionized, there can be benefits, there can be stability. And that's crucial because those are people that live in the city. Manufacturing jobs that are close by, accessible to transit. I've said it in this chamber before, I'm very proud that Davenport, I believe, has the highest percentage of people who both live and work in the same ward, and they make stuff. We make stuff in Davenport. We need to be able to have resiliency, autonomy, to be able to protect ourselves as a society. When we give that up, we're giving up the capacity to be a robust economy. Knowledge economy work is in many ways fictitious, as we found in the empty office problem that we face now. They can move anywhere. An office job, like a call center job, could be located anywhere in the world. You know what can't be moved? A place where people build things, where they build mufflers. We want to use more, we need to shift away from plastic. You know that there's a cardboard problem in Canada right now and in this region? We can't even manufacture cardboard fast enough. And that it's recyclable. So really what we're talking about is protecting so many things: livelihoods, climate, people's lives, a resilient local economy, the capacity for us to continue to bring in the revenue that we need as a city and offer the services that are required. By not valuing this and by using the reasoning that we need to build housing, I think we're really falling into the same fallacy that was sold to us and that the people in this province are not buying by the Premier, who said that you need to pave over the Greenbelt to actually build housing. That is absolutely incorrect. We do not need to eliminate the jobs belt that protects our economy to be able to build housing. Just like the Greenbelt makes sure that we have access to food and safe water, and we put a ring of protection around this region, this jobs belt actually protects the lives and livelihoods of people in this city. And so we must stand up for it and protect it. I hope that everyone will endorse the staff recommendations and thank them for the work, because what they're doing is fighting inch by inch for our capacity to take care of each other, to have a robust economy. We can't give that up. Remember, if you believe in the Green Belt, then you should believe in the Jobs Belt. The Jobs Belt is where the people in the city who make stuff, working class people, toil every day, and we need them. And we need to protect their lives and livelihoods into the future. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs.
I rise to add my voice to Councillor Carroll and to ask each of you to support the staff recommendations. As many of you know, I was a practicing environmental lawyer for, well, I guess I still am, but for a very, very long time. And I spent many years actively helping businesses in Toronto's job belt try to comply with environmental laws. And what made those businesses' working lives almost impossible were the cases where the city had allowed residential incursion into industrial areas. There is, why do we no longer have paper recycling in this city? Well, one of the big reasons was we allowed condos to be built next to a $300 million paper recycling plant. And that is an impossible situation for the paper plant, which built in Toronto in good faith. We had problem after problem after problem after problem. Heavy industry is not silent. Heavy industry is not always undetectable with your nose. They do have to comply with environmental laws, but it's not possible to be perfectly hermetically sealed and make most things. So there's always a good reason. There's always a tremendous, because the landowner makes so much money. If we redesignate these properties, we get lobbied very heavily. And there's always a good story. But the other thing that's worth remembering is that wonderful story about all the great public benefits we would get if only they were rezoned, very often disappears as soon as we open the door. They pocket their gains, and they do something else. So please, listen to Councillor Carroll, listen to Councillor Bravo. Do not accept any of these exceptions. Support the staff recommendations. They're there for a very good reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, thank you so much. I wasn't actually going to speak on this item, but then Councillor Pasternak, you know, he got me all worked up with his map because I recognize the area.
Yeah.
Growing up as a young person, you know, I had friends who worked in the area. I know it well. There was a McDonald's in the corner of Allen Road and Steep Rock that's still there, and I've visited that place very often. But there's a lot of great jobs in that area. I've also, for a long time, for the last 18 years, I purchased my bags at Creative Bags Co. in that area because it's one of the very few places that you actually, merchants go and purchase paper bags and plastic bags for their stores. And it's good paying jobs in that area as well. So I know the area well. I know the importance of it. There's a lot of industry there. The streets are very busy because then people are going there to work every day, to and from. Lots of trucks who come in and out and distribute things across the city and beyond. So again, it is a hub that's important and valued across the city. And I feel we need to keep it strong and vibrant so that those who are working there continue to have good jobs and, you know, can pay their mortgages and send their kids to school and so forth. So again, we need to make sure that these spaces are preserved as they are meant to be. So those are my comments on this one issue, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Councillor Cole. Okay, just one sec. Okay,
Just
go
had
ahead.
an interesting comment, Councillor Perks, and you know, I'm not disputing his passion and concern for this. He definitely understands the value of employment lands, and as Councillor Carroll too. I just want to put a bit of a different perspective on this. You know, Councillor Moyes says he knows the area. I think I'm up at Chestwood Arena every second night, or I've been at the Monte Casino Banquet Hall, I don't know how many thousand times in my life. Great penne there and everything. But, you know, the reality is what I here on the street, and I walk the streets or jog the streets quite a lot, workers can't find a place to live. That's the problem. Got all these workers who are here in Toronto, they desperately want to work, but they say, Councillor, I had guys, I mentioned this before, begging me on the street, can you get me a place to live? I can't afford Airbnb. I can get the job, but I'm going to have to move out to Barrie or something to work here in Toronto. That is the number one comment I get from people. I rarely get comments, people saying to me, I used to get them all the time. As Councillor Peruzza knows, we used to get people come to our office all the time, can you help me find a job? That was the number one request, a job for my son, my uncle, my kumbad. Somebody wanted a job. Now, they don't come asking for jobs. Because the hardest thing in Toronto is for employers I talk to, whether they be retail, restaurant, industrial, they say, I can't find workers. They can't find workers because the workers can't afford to live in Toronto. So you can have all these employment areas. Who's going to work in them? So it is not an ultimate answer here in terms of what we do. Certainly Councillor Amber's point there, she's worked on this for ever since she got elected. She's saying they're going to basically increase the number of jobs and enhance that employment area. They're going to build some community facilities and some housing. So how can I mean, that's what I've heard her say. But they won't. But anyways, that's what the councillor's been working on. The second thing is at the Monte Casino there, you got the massive subway transit hub across the street. And you can't, we're going to tell the owner there, the people there, well, we can't build affordable housing here because there's jobs. So people have to, I mean, we've been told the number one priority we have as a city government that we're telling the feds and the province, we need housing. So if we were going to be purists, I'd love to be a purist. I remember this Dale Martin talking about this, employment lands back in the who knows when. We got to keep our employment lands. But the reality is there's a huge transformation taking place in Toronto. And I'm blessed with some great employment lands in the Caledonia Commons area with Roots and with Canada Goose. And we've got full, all those properties are fully used for jobs. In fact, we can't get enough space. So, I mean, that's a good argument I know that Greg Lintern has made, is there's a real premium on good employment places. So it is not, again, black and white. That's the point I'm making. It's not black and white. So that's why I think the councillors Pasternak and councillors Morley are saying, listen, let's look at these two sites and see if we can get some affordable housing, keep some employment, and especially that one on Chesswood there, with next door to the subway station. I'm sure people would love to live and work there, and I think it could be possibly used for some affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, before we go to the last speaker, is there anybody that hasn't spoken that is going to speak on this item? Okay, well then put your name on. Oh, there's your name. Okay, Councillor Peruzza. That's why I'm asking the question. You want me to go now? Yes.
Happy to do that. So I have two motions. One, with respect to Chesswood Drive, which the clerk has, and it's self-explanatory, and I will speak to that in a moment. The second motion is one with respect to 2450 Finch Avenue West, which I would like to speak to now. So we dealt with this in the last go-around. You all saw it. And what the motion asks is, and it's consistent with what our city planning staff is currently saying, is that this particular portion of Finch Avenue, we should take a look at it, you know, with a slightly wider lens, and through a regeneration exercise, see what fits and is appropriate in this part of Finch Avenue, given the nature and the evolution of Finch Avenue, the LRT, you know, the other mixed uses, the proximity, the stations, and all those things. But more importantly, and I agree with Councillor Bravo, employment in the City of Toronto is so critical to the workings of this city. No one should dispute that. No one. And I don't think you'll find a single councillor here in this chamber, and I have been here for a year or two, who would dispute that, me included. But you can't look at a strip retail plaza with very shallow ceilings, little parking on an LRT line and say, and you know, and I don't know how many jobs it's generating. I think it's in the report 22. That's an employment use. No factory, no widget maker, no muffler maker, no high-end pharmaceutical company, no computer outfit is going there and creating jobs. Just not conducive to it. So to, you know, and by the way, I used to work at a pizzeria across the street from this particular site. It was Metro Pizza. Delivered pizzas. This is years ago. I was like, I don't know, 16, 17, 18 at the time. I remember I got my first Renault, right? And since then, I don't want to age myself. Since then, not a single thing's changed there. Derelict then, derelict now, even more so. So you can save jobs, but if the jobs ain't coming, that's not the best use. And for us to dig in our heels and just simply say that makes no sense. There ain't no jobs, no more jobs than what you got there now. And they're all low-level jobs, retail jobs, low-paying jobs, crappy jobs. So I'm hoping that you support the move to regeneration. Our planners support that because they've looked at the site and I think they've concluded what I've just stated. With respect to Chesswood, just very briefly, you took the Bombardier acreage across the street, all employment lands, and said that should all be mixed use. You took the Idomo lands on the corner of Allen and Shepherd, that should be mixed use. You took the lands at the corner of Keel and Shepherd, and that should all be mixed use. The only lands that you're saying shouldn't go through a regeneration study is this little swath of land right across from the subway station, a hotel, because that's where the plants are going to be paying jobs. Really? Really? Is that what you're banking on?
Okay, 5 seconds.
It's a hotel now.
Okay. Thank you.
You're half a stone's throw from making something work there.
Thank you, Councillor
Throw the
Perruzza.
stone.
Thank you.
That should all.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, is there anybody else that wants to speak before we close it up to the last speaker that hasn't spoken? Oh, okay, we'll go to the last speaker then. Councillor Perks.
Don't have my, oh, there we go. Thank you. Members, we all knew this was going to be the hardest debate on employment lands. As the chief planner told us, we went through 150 odd sites, solving them, and now we're down to the last 5. These are the 5 that we have been arguing about for months, years, and it's hard. I get that. Unfortunately, none of the motions that were moved today are in the public interest. The public interest vote is to vote for the staff recommendations. Many of us have heard the phrase, too good to be true. You all know that phrase, and we've all experienced it. We all know that experience of something being too good to be true. And that's what's happening here today. It would be, I would be the happiest person in Toronto if we could build a complete community on Evans Avenue, with schools and jobs and employment, and not harm the film industry. And if I could just take at their words, the property owners, that they could deliver that, I would be the happiest person in the world. But it's not actually what we're being asked to vote on. You are not being asked to vote on creating housing. You are not being asked to vote on building schools. You are not being asked to vote on public amenities or any of the wonderful visions that people have put under your noses today. What you are being asked to do is to convert the land use designation of 5 pieces of property from employment to mixed use. That's what you're being asked to do. There is no legal instrument in the world that holds the property owner to the wonderful, too good to be true vision that they have been lobbying us on, showing us on graphs and on maps. There's no legal instrument that does that, because you're not actually voting on a rezoning request with specific building form and specific public amenities. You are literally not going to have that vote in front of you. You are just being asked, as happened in the Greenbelt, to take land where you can't build housing and make it possible to build housing on it. That's all you're being asked to do. And what our experience should tell us is that at least half of the time when we do that, no housing, no nothing emerges. It's just about the paper value of the land. If you have land that is zoned employment, it's worth X. If you have land that is zoned residential, it's worth 3 times that. And the day this council decides to make that designation change and it's approved, the person who owns the land makes money, even if they never build a single unit of housing. Just like what happened on the Greenbelt. It would be wonderful if we could each go back and have a blank slate and create a complete community in our wards, but that's not the way the world works. We have to look at this cold-heartedly, with the best advice from our public service and our sense of experience about what has happened time and time again in these land deals, which is that the public interest loses and the private interest gets rich. I wanted to say one more thing about the importance of protecting these lands for employment. Councillor Bravo spoke to a certain kind of employment. Others have spoken to him. I happen to be a Star Trek fan. And who knew, right? You might have seen in the most recent season of the show that is made in Toronto, they made an episode which is an homage to Toronto. There's actually, at the beginning of the moment, the crew of the Enterprise goes forward back in time and arrives in a thriving urban metropolis, and one character says to another, "Isn't this New York?" And the character says, "No, it's Toronto." And then they go, wait a minute, it gets better. They go to the Lakeview lunch for a meal in Councillor Bravo's. They play chess down on the waterfront. It's a great vision of the city of Toronto. And how can we repay the people who did that wonderful homage to our city by getting rid of the lands where they produced that show?
5 seconds.
I'm sorry we have to vote no on all of the motions and just to support the staff recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if we can put the motions on the screen. Okay, we'll put the motion on the screen. Councillor Morley's motion. Oh, Councillor Prutz. Okay, can we put the motion on the screen? Okay, there's the motion by Councillor Perruzza. Recorded.
Madam Speaker, the motion does not carry. The vote is 16-8.
Second motion by Councillor Morley. Recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, the motion does not carry. The vote is 17-7.
Next motion by Councillor Pasternak. Recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, the motion does not carry. The vote is 9-15.
Okay. Pardon? Okay. Another motion by Councillor Perruzza. Record. Do we want to record a vote on this? Recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, the motion does not carry. The vote is 7-17.
Okay. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Councillor Fletcher, are you ready with your item, PH 6.3? Pardon?
Sorry.
Well, there was no amendment.
Oh, I see. I do have.
All the motions
I'm sorry.
didn't
Sorry.
pass.
Thank you, Speaker. I just have I'm asking to send it back to committee, and I don't know if the clerk has that prepared yet.
This is on PH 6.3?
That's correct. Yeah.
East Harbor, you want to send it back to committee?
Yes, I don't know, may not have enough time to, pardon? I can't hear. Oh, it's ready. Okay, then we'll do that now. That's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so well, let's put the motion on the screen. PH 6.3, Councillor Fletcher
Thank you.
is referring the item back to planning and housing. On favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Okay, now we'll go to our next item, timed item, which is CC 11.2, CC 11.3, which is the Integrity Commissioner's report addressing workplace harassment, and then the report on the former mayor, 11.3. Yeah, we're considering those two together. But then the ombudsman, that's separate. Yeah, okay. Okay, so Councillor Fletcher, we're going to consider these two items together, 11.2 and 11.3. So does anybody have any questions? If you do, if you can please put your name up on your list. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions about each of the reports, 2 and 3. And my main one about 2 is if you were to quickly give us your overarching message about 2, what are the responsibilities for managers when they understand that there has been, I guess, harassment or intimate affairs, and are there steps that should be taken? Should we be calling you? What are the main steps that one might take when you discover these things?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Fletcher. Speaker to Council, that's an important question because it gives rise to two different considerations. There is the discussion of what is typical in a regular city workplace. And there are obligations under the...
Sorry, this microphone isn't great, unless you need to pull it a little closer. Is it on?
Okay.
I think it's on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So there are regular obligations in the workplace for reporting and disclosing sexual harassment matters. The issue that both reports have flagged is that there is a legislative gap when it comes to members of council and Occupational Health and Safety Act legislation not applying to them.
Interrupt, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But can I have members of council please take your seat, and all the staff that are in there in the corner talking, please, you're disrupting the council.
Could you, you left the Integrity Commissioner's clock going and going.
No, don't worry about the clock.
I like that, thank you.
No, but I mean, they're all hanging around there. Okay. All right, go ahead, sorry.
Thank you. In this case, sexual harassment, but I guess under workplace health and safety is what you're saying. I didn't quite hear that because I couldn't hear anything, so if you could repeat that.
So, Speaker, what my comment was with respect to dealing with matters of sexual harassment in the workplace. There is a regular regime under the Occupational Health and Safety Act which applies to all city workplaces, to managers and employees. My point is, and what was highlighted in the policy report on this matter, is that there is a legislative gap when it comes to dealing with elected officials, because they are not treated under the legislation.
Okay. Thank you very much. And then on your second report, which was regarding the, I guess, the affair, outside of, I don't want to get into any personal details, but I was very interested in the conflict of interest aspect there, and which in reading it brought other things forward to me, such as the relationship with MLSE, City of Toronto, and I'm not sure that you could look into that any further, because we know that our former mayor was part of Rogers, which is part of MLSE. So it raised a number of questions for me, and I don't know why you couldn't delve into that. Did you not have the capacity? Was that not in your undertaking? Maybe you could explain that more clearly for me, please.
Speaker, in answer to that question, Mr. Tory reported that he had a personal relationship with someone on his staff and asked me to look at whether his related conduct was contrary to the Code of Conduct. He did not request I investigate anything more than that. By itself, that raised 6 significant issues. I cannot launch an investigation beyond the parameters of what is reported to me. I do not have the expansive powers of the Auditor General or the Ombudsman to initiate or expand an inquiry on my own initiative. I have to observe these limits. If I stray beyond my mandate and report to Council on matters beyond my jurisdiction, it exposes any decision that Council makes to the risk of judicial review.
So if I can just ask you, thank you very much for that. It explains, if in the process of your investigation, you uncover other things that might not be the initial parameters, you are hampered from proceeding and going outside of the lane that you set off in, for the reasons you gave us, which are Council now could be in trouble.
Speaker, that's correct. When I report to Council, I try to shed light on the matter I have investigated and the surrounding circumstances. Transparency is an integral part of accountability. What I describe in the surrounding circumstances, the context, may raise questions and concerns for members of Council, but those may be questions I am not mandated to investigate or answer. Those may be questions best raised with the city's other accountability officers. Questions about lobbying activity should be raised with the lobbyist registrar. Questions about administrative fairness should be raised with the Ombudsman. Questions about financial propriety should be raised with the Auditor General. There are examples in the past when Council has received a report from one accountability officer, which has led to Council asking for another accountability officer to investigate something that is in fact under their mandate.
So regarding the FIFA World Cup, you had a very narrow lens in which you could review that, and that was the relationship for the conflict of interest. No other business relationships of any kind could come under your investigatory powers, correct?
Speaker, with respect, I am not mandated to investigate such matters.
Okay.
I cannot investigate all aspects of or all of the parties involved in the City of Toronto's agreements with MLSE concerning the FIFA 2026 World Cup.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. Through the Speaker, thank you. I'm going to repeat the questions that I had asked you in privately. So the mayor sat on the Rogers Family Trust and he was paid $100,000 per year. That family trust owned Rogers, which then owned, with Bell, a 75% stake in MLSE. As you described the mayor in the report, he was very hands-on in the deal-making for FIFA. On its face, it appears that it is a conflict of interest. Are you able to say if on something that it's on its face appears to be a conflict of interest, if the Integrity Commissioner would provide adequate guidelines to prevent that individual from being in conflict of interest when they are making decisions? Or how would someone manage that to not run afoul of conflict of interest?
Speaker, they come to my office for advice.
And are you able to disclose if any advice was given on that particular issue?
Speaker, through you. Councillor, as you know, members of council may obtain confidential advice from my office about their obligations under the Code of Conduct and the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Mr. Tory was mayor from 2014 to 2023. I am prohibited by the City of Toronto Act 2006 from answering questions about what advice Mr. Tory has or has not been provided in that period, unless he consents to its release or otherwise waives confidentiality. When Mr. Tory assumed office in 2014, he publicly disclosed he would have a continuing role with the Rogers family businesses and would seek advice about these matters moving forward. As noted at paragraph 116 of my report, Mr. Tory publicly disclosed he consulted me about his declaration under the MCIA in the formulation of the city's 2023 operating budget as it related to improvements at BMO Field, where MLSE is a tenant. Mr. Tory declared a pecuniary interest in that item because of his directorships in corporations controlling RCI, which is a shareholder in MLSE. I am prohibited by law from providing further information. If council wishes further information about what advice Mr. Tory has or has not been provided by my office about MLSE, I recommend that council request me to write to Mr. Tory and obtain his consent to release that information. I would be happy to do so to assist council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions on the item? We're dealing with both items, 11.2 and 11.3. Councillor Carroll, could you put your name on the list? There you go.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to go back to your distinction about what you can, matters that you can comment on and matters that we might have to seek other offices. We also have the option, if we feel like there should be a deeper exploration of a matter, it also talks in the report of our having the ability to refer it back to you. Am I right about that? I can't remember if it's in the cover letter or the report, but we could actually, if we think a matter needs a more fulsome finding, a fleshed out matter, it does say we also have the option of referring a matter back to you for further investigation. Am I right about that?
Speaker, that is correct. Matters can be referred back to me.
Okay.
But if I may, Councillor,
Sure.
before asking me to conduct any further investigations under the Code of Conduct, I recommend Council consider whether there is any utility in doing so. Speaker, members may recall that I have already investigated and reported under the MCIA on Mr. Tory's pecuniary interests in Rogers Communications Incorporated and its subsidiary interests. My report was issued on December 22nd, 2022. I found Mr. Tory had a pecuniary interest arising from his directorships in corporations controlling RCI. In that report, I found that a directorship in a parent company gives rise to a pecuniary interest in its subsidiaries. If Council wishes to receive a comprehensive review about what transpired before the City entered into an exclusive services agreement with MLSE for the FIFA 2026 World Cup, I am not certain that asking me to conduct a third inquiry about Mr. Tory will meet that objective.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. The reason I asked about referring it back is I wonder if you could just go over for me again the issues that concern me are matters that I think really do belong in the Integrity Commissioner area, and they are the issue of influence, using our political influence to garner employment for Miss A, as she's referred to in this report, whether or not influence was used there, whether or not influence was used related to the personal relationship, even to promote within. We have the telling of the story. We have the answers you got in the interview. I'm wondering what other sort of investigatory work was done there. Did you look at any other legal precedent about that to arrive at your opinion? Is there anything else to explore there?
Speaker, I don't know that there is anything else to explore. There were 6 issues raised in the investigation, and as you'll see in the report, I've done a pretty thorough canvass of the evidence, and that's the evidence that's relevant to all of those questions. So if there was any other question about promotion of an individual within the mayor's office, I've covered that ground. There's nothing more for me to look at in that area.
So what we have in the report are the answers you got to your questions. Maybe I missed it in the report. Was there any legal review of those questions?
Well, I formulated the question, so I'm not quite sure what your question is about legal review. Perhaps you can clarify it, because I'm not following the question.
Well, I'll be perfectly crass then. I see the point in asking a question. Did you use your influence to get this person a job? Did your personal relationship influence a promotion within your office? And you would get the answer, well, no. But I'm just wondering if you did any study of legal precedent as to whether or not that's satisfactory. I'm sure that somewhere along the line in human resources law, there may be legal decisions that look at can you or can't you separate those things. Perhaps you cannot, and therefore no promotion should have been sought. No outside position should have been sought.
Okay, that was your last question.
What that looked at is the direct question I guess I'm looking at.
So Speaker, in answering the question about, which this is essentially a question about the manner in which the inquiry was conducted. Perhaps I can give you a little insight into the investigation itself. So we conducted days of interviews. We reviewed over 2,000 documents. The questions about use of influence in all of these matters and an inquiry is not conducted on the basis of just asking that question, did you use undue influence? I explore all the underlying circumstances because I test the evidence along the way for credibility and reliability. So even if someone says, I didn't use undue influence, my job as the Integrity Commissioner is to probe all those details. And that's what's reflected in the report, and that's why it's as long as it is.
Councillor Bravo, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. I think I'm going to ask my questions to the City Solicitor. Given that the Integrity Commissioner has responded to my colleagues, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Myers, and Councillor Carroll, around the limits of his investigation and the fact that the case that there is on its face, the need to maybe probe further the question of conflict of interest, pecuniary interest, political influence, particularly in relation to the contract with MLSE. Is this something that, in your opinion, another accountability officer could look at, and have we taken a report from one accountability officer and turned to another accountability officer to get answers?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the conflict of interest and use of influence are matters that are squarely within the jurisdiction of the Integrity Commissioner and not another accountability officer.
So I heard from the Integrity Commissioner that there's some matters, perhaps the financial dimensions of the MLSE contract is something that the Auditor General would look at. Is that accurate?
The Auditor General is responsible for value for money and stewardship over public funds and can conduct audits.
So the Auditor General could look at whether we got value for money in that instance, but if we did want to probe further any questions about conflict of interest or the use of political influence, following along the question, we would have to continue to ask the Integrity Commissioner to look further into this because that's his purview, correct?
That's correct. That's his jurisdiction exclusively.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Councillor, that's it for questions. Councillor Fletcher, you held the item down.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I don't have any motions, but I do want to thank the Integrity Commissioner for a very long report. It took me a long time to read that. It's quite comprehensive. I haven't seen one that is so long. And it is so public, it's hard to discuss it. My real concern outside of, my really strong concern does relate to the FIFA contract, how that came to be, and what, and I understand from the Integrity Commissioner, he doesn't have an ability to reach deeply into that, but I'm concerned about it because of the implications for the city financially, and that we got deeper and deeper and deeper into FIFA, including without, I'll say, we got deeper and deeper without guarantees of other levels of government coming in, and that was always a fundamental principle. So I'm quite concerned about how this kind of, I'll say, got away, and the conflict around that you've identified, Mr. Integrity Commissioner, regarding with the relationship between the former mayor and an employee there, to me is a little different than how we got so deeply into a deal that we actually don't even now understand what it will end up costing the city. So I've heard from you that that's not something that you can look at because it is value for money, it's financial. You are looking at a member's or a member, their integrity and how they've carried out their business. I was interested to hear the city solicitor say that there could be more that could be done here from the Integrity Commissioner's side. I don't want to belabor somebody's personal relationships. That's not what I'm here for. Someone perhaps made a big mistake, regrets that, and I'm not here to judge that. But I am here to say that I remain concerned about how we got this far down a road for what's a great soccer game, but for maybe 6 games. What are we in for? How did that happen? I understand you can't directly take that up, but I would like to know that, and I'm still unclear exactly how I can find that out. So even after today, I'm going to be figuring out if there's another way that we need to get that information. So I know that I don't want to stray too far off of your lane, but it does concern me. NDAs concern me at any time. This letter of intent that came forward from my administrative inquiry, it seems to go on, and I understand that conflict because of the personal relationship. I'm just unclear if there was any other type of conflict because of a business relationship.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes. Yeah, just it's this is so sensitive. If you have to push your finger on it, and it takes seconds for it to come on. Okay, there you are.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm the last speaker here, which is great. Happy to see that. Item CC 11.2, I do have a slight amendment. If you could bring it up on the screen. I wasn't expecting us to bundle these two together today. But it's a minor amendment around putting timelines for reporting back around addressing workplace harassment and discrimination. The recommendations that is put forth here by staff does not have a timeline attached to it. So I've just inserted second quarter of 2024 into those recommendations.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That's on. So on CC 11.2, we have an amendment by Councillor Moyes. On favor, show of hands carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. On CC 11.3, on the item, on favor, carried. Okay, that's it. Thank you to the Integrity Commissioner and for the long wait in the council chambers. I guess the next item is DM 11.1. Councillor Fletcher, you held that down as well, the Ombudsman report. Councillor Fletcher.
I'll just wait for the ombudsman.
Okay, yeah.
How about that?
Okay. So members of council, before I just need to get some sense of where everybody is today. So, so I was just wondering, if how many members of council want to come back tomorrow? Okay, I don't see any hands. So, Councillor Perks, if you would like to then, just a sec, let me turn your mic on. Okay.
Speaker, I'd like to move that at 6 o'clock we recess for half an hour and then return till 8 o'clock and see where we are then.
Okay, and to try to finish the agenda
That
this
would be my
evening.
hope, yeah.
Because I didn't see anybody put their hand up, dying to come back tomorrow.
I've canvassed members.
Okay.
We're pretty much unanimous on this. It's a rare thing. Even the person who often votes no is saying yes.
Who's that?
Just sharing that.
Madam Speaker, I need to know who that might be.
All right, so do we have 18 members here? We do?
Yeah, there's 3 on camera.
It seems like today I've been hurting members of council for quorum today. So we have 18? Because Councillor Pruz has a member's motion he wants to introduce, but he's not here. Who's the seconder? Who? The mayor. Okay, Mayor Chow, do you want to introduce it on behalf of Councillor Peruzza? The member's motion?
Sure, let me just pull this out.
It's on the screen.
Thank you. That Councillor Anthony Peruso be permitted to add to the agenda of today's meeting an urgent motion without notice concerning destination of a portion of the property at 15 San Romano Way, used by Doug Philpott, Inner City Children's Tennis as a municipal capital facility. I think I'll do that on the condition he's going to stay to 8. Pardon me. A reason for urgency. This matter is considered urgent as the, where is he? As the charity referred to in the motion risks losing the grant funding they have secured for the project if they are not able to obtain the building permits as soon as possible. And we love kids playing tennis.
Okay, so on the item to introduce, on favor, show of hands, carried. All right. So now we have the ombudsman, and Councillor Fletcher, you have questions?
Oh, sorry, Madam Speaker, I have just some prepared remarks, if I may. It won't take a few minutes.
Sure. Sure.
We're timing you.
What? Okay. Is it a presentation or?
Just a few remarks.
Oh, okay. Councillor Fletcher?
If that's okay.
Okay, just a sec. I'll turn your mic on, Councillor Fletcher. Just a sec. You held the item down.
I did hold the item just for questions and some motions, not necessarily for a presentation.
Okay,
We've
so.
all read this. This is our second time around with this.
Okay, so so it's the consensus of the okay, so can we just go to questions then? Okay.
That's fine.
You. Councillor Fletcher, question.
Thank you, and I'm sorry about that, Mr. Otto, but we've had this has been here twice now. This was deferred until now in order for the Board of Toronto Community Housing to be able to review the recommendations. And my question's actually, one of them is for the city solicitor, because I understand that that relationship between the Ombudsman's office and the TCHC board is a little different than a regular investigation, because normally you'd be advised that there was an investigation and you'd have a chance to see the completed report, and that didn't happen in this case, correct?
Well, what I can tell you is that the municipal code does require the Auditor General, when issuing a report on a city-controlled agency or corporation, to submit a report first to the agency or corporation's board.
So the Auditor General requires that, but
That is
not,
specifically required in the
but
municipal
not the
code.
Ombudsman requires.
There's nothing
So
specific in the code.
In
yes.
the code. And I guess, Mr. Otto, you'd agree with that that's very clear in the Attorney General, Auditor General's purview, but it's not baked into the to the Ombudsman's review.
Through the Speaker, Councillor, once we conclude an investigation, our requirement is to advise the respondent of any adverse recommendations. So in this case, it was to TCHC management that we provided our response.
I'm just going to clarify with the city solicitor. Management was given the response, but the board and the Auditor General, it would have been management and the board. So is that,
That's
do I have that
correct.
right? I just want to be
Yes.
clear that we have two different things happening here with two different accountability
Yes,
officers.
the Auditor General would be required to
Could you
provide
just
it
speak
to,
up a
yes,
little bit?
the Auditor General would be required to provide it to the board, and that step of providing adverse findings to a respondent it's a part of the duty of fairness.
And also.
So it is standard.
And to advise, is the Auditor General advise the board as well, maybe through the CEO, that there is an investigation that's starting? Is that in that Auditor General?
That is actually not in the code.
That's not in the code, but is it something that's normally done?
I expect that would occur, and I believe, I don't want to speak for the Ombudsman, but I believe the Ombudsman does advise a respondent. But I'll leave it for the Ombudsman to
let the
speak to the
Ombudsman
distinction
answer.
between staff and the board.
Yes, the distinction between telling the staff that there's an investigation underway and the recommendations going to the staff as compared to going to the board. So would you agree that the Auditor General code requirements are different than your code requirements at the moment?
Through the speaker, yes, we are only required to notify the respondent and not, there's no requirement for us to notify the board or provide the board of notice of investigation.
There's no requirement, but you could do that, even though you're not required. Is that
So
correct?
through the speaker, we notify the respondent, in this case TCHC management. It would be our understanding that the CEO of TCHC would advise the board of ongoing ombudsman investigation.
I guess it's different from what I'm hearing from the solicitor, which is that the board would get the report as well as the staff or management under the Auditor General's framework, but under your framework currently, until we change it, it would be, the board would be advised by management just that there was an investigation underway, but that actual report that we have in front of us now would never have gone to the board directly from the Ombudsman side.
So through the speaker, we are a creature of council. We report directly to council. Our requirement, our process requires us to, one, notify the respondent. In this case, it was TCHC management. After the conclusion of our investigation, we provide the TCHC management with a draft of our recommendations and report, asking for their feedback. Once that has been adopted and accepted by the respondent, we then finalize our report and then make it public. That's the process.
That's what you currently
That's the
follow.
process, and that's a process that the office has undergone with 6 TCHC investigations that we've done in the past.
I understand, but I'm asking the city solicitor that that process there is different than the Auditor General. Council has the ability to bring them both together and have a board, TCHC or another board, actually receive the recommendations the same time as staff in order to make the same comment back to staff or back to council, because at the end of the day, it is council, and there is a letter here from the board vis-a-vis the investigation, correct?
So that was your last question.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Speaker, the municipal code does require that the Auditor General provide the final report to the board of an agency or corporation prior to sending it to council. The same provision could be included with the Ombudsman.
Thank you. Councillor Myers, questions?
Thank you. Through the speaker, so I just had some questions on the language used in the report. So for example, paragraph 96, it states, "It is wrong for TCHC to refer to units that don't exist. This was confusing and risked frustrating people who were trying to address their human rights issues until May 11th, 2023, and well into our investigation, TCHC could not be bothered to take the time to remove information from its website that it knew was inaccurate. It is reasonable to conclude by this inaction that TCHC was not taking tenants' human rights complaints seriously, despite its obligations to do so." In paragraph 100, it says, "TCHC is here to serve the needs of tenants, many of whom are vulnerable. Relying on an outdated human rights policy and human rights complaints procedure sent a message that tenants' human rights and tenants' dignity were not a priority." Paragraph 130. TCHC does not have current, clear, and easily accessible policies and procedures for addressing human rights complaints from its tenants. Until very recently, on May 11, 2023, its human rights policies and human rights complaints procedures were wildly out of date. While it has been planning for many years to update its processes for addressing tenants' human rights complaints, to have such outdated policies and processes for such a long time sends a message that tenants' human rights concerns are not a priority.
Councillor Myers, your question.
How do you, the report was talking specifically about processes for reporting human rights complaints, yet the language, the text that I've just read, makes very sweeping generalizations about TCHC's overall response to human rights. Could you address that concern, please?
Through the Speaker. Councillor, we found that, as you quite rightly read out in the report, that there was incorrect information, outdated information on the website. That led us to conclude that it would be difficult for someone who had a human rights complaint to be able to understand where they could go or how they could navigate the system. So knowing that this information was outdated sends a signal, I think, I believe sends a signal that this was not a priority. This information was on the website for a number of years, referring to a unit in the TCHC that hadn't existed. It didn't update changes that were made to the Human Rights Code or the Human Rights Complaint process dating back to 2008. They were referring to the asking complainants or applicants to submit complaints or referencing the Human Rights Commission that no longer has an adjudicative function. There is now a Human Rights Legal Support Center that provides information and assistance to applicants who are making complaints. So this cumulative information and leads to one to believe that this wasn't taken seriously.
But don't you think, upon reflection, and I thought the report overall made very, very good recommendations, it was thorough, it was fair, that some of the language maybe was a bit inflammatory in terms of, it was, the language that I cited was talking about human rights broadly, whereas we're talking about a specific human rights complaints process. Do you not see the difference between the process, which could be improved, and everybody acknowledges that it could be improved, versus making a sweeping statements about an agency's, how an agency responds to human rights?
Through the Speaker, we spoke to many staff who were either not aware of what the current process was, didn't know where to go to get assistance or advice on human rights complaints, and were even telling us that they needed training and resources to be able to address these human rights complaints effectively. It really shouldn't depend on the luck of the draw who somebody would get to respond to a complaint to ensure that their complaint is dealt with in a reasonable manner. So I think that, yes, the language is harsh, but human rights are fundamental rights, and I think that with the delay in updating the processes and the information on the website, I think that's a fair assessment.
And finally, my last question, going forward, you know, do you think that it maybe undercuts the message when you use harsh language, even though we are talking about a serious issue, and as you've correctly identified, this is a serious issue, that perhaps the language should be more collaborative? Because ultimately what both parties, the Ombudsman and TCHC, want is an improved process for human rights complaints, rather than using language that sort of undercuts the agency and makes a generalization about the agency that may or may not be supported by the specific facts in this report.
Through the Speaker, it was not my intention to inflame a very serious situation, but I believe that the results of our investigation and the evidence that we made our recommendations and findings on support this type of language. And it's a very serious matter. And I want to say that when presenting the report to TCHC, they have agreed to implement the recommendations. I can also want to stress that during the investigation, TCHC staff were nothing but cooperative and helpful in trying to help us resolve this situation.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside, questions? Councillor Burnside?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the Ombudsman. I presume that part of your job is to hold government or try to have government or its agencies be held accountable?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, it is.
Okay, thanks. I presume that government and or its agencies are supposed to take human rights policies and complaints procedure seriously. Is that a fair presumption?
Through the Speaker, yes, I think that's a fair assumption.
Yeah. I think it's a fair, then I'll follow and say it's a fair assumption to say that it's, in my opinion, and I'll use inflammatory language, incomprehensible and totally ridiculous that, that according to the what you found, that there are major issues with it, to quote you, the complaint procedure was wildly out of date and did not take into account major changes to the Ontario Human Rights System that went into effect in 2008. I think your report was in 2022, so that's 14 years, not 14 days, not 14 weeks, not 14 months, but 14 years. Is my math right?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes.
Okay. And my next question is in terms of recommendations and in terms of improving the system, which I know is what we're all here to do, you are forward-looking. That is, you would say, this is what should be done in terms of ensuring these things don't happen again. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes. I'm often referred to as a forensic investigator. We usually are brought in to investigate situations after the fact.
But in terms of any of your recommendations, they don't actually hold anyone accountable for the lack of interest, and I'll use that term, lightly, the lack of interest by the organization, whether there's someone specifically responsible for that or on up through the hierarchy right up to the CEO to actually, there's no one to hold, your recommendations don't actually ask for accountability for the major lapses that occurred in the last 14 years. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, the Ombudsman process is supposed to be remedial. It's not supposed to be punitive.
Correct.
Our role is not to ask for somebody to be fired. But in terms of your question, I think that one of the recommendations that we put forward asked TCHC to put an interim complaint process and procedure in place, which they have done. We've reviewed it, provided our feedback, and that procedure is up and running, and staff are being trained on it.
Okay, thank you. And just because you know the system so well, whose job would it be to hold TCH staff, whoever that might be, accountable for the last 14 years?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the board, I believe, is ultimately responsible for holding the corporation to account.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, did you want to just speak on it? Okay. So if we can clear the screen. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, you have motions. All right.
There we go. Thank you. The motions are, particularly after what Councillor Burnside said, that we align the way these reports come from the Auditor General that go to the boards, that we align the Ombudsman's process with that of the Auditor General. So that's number 1 and number 2, and requesting the Auditor General to follow up with the board to discuss the report and the letter that councillors have in front of them, and also request the city manager to review and report to ECDEV on whether or not the housing secretary, specifically the service manager who deals with RGI units, has the adequate resources to assist on transfer requests related to human rights complaints. I'd like to thank the auditor for the ombudsman for this report. And Councillor Burnside raised a couple of interesting things. What was in the report was a number of boards and administrations ago, everything about human rights was removed from TCHC website, just wiped out. And due to the ombudsman, that's coming back on stream very quickly. And I think that part perhaps wasn't acknowledged, that it was fast. Once you say, what's that? You don't have that on your website, get it back up there. I think the staff really immediately worked on that, but it was not this current configuration, and I think this council knows there's been many configurations with CEOs and boards and investigations and everything else. So I'd say they hopped on it pretty quickly and are bringing that up and have started the training as is really indicated here. On the website and through the last audit, or the last ombudsman investigation, there are 5 categories for an immediate transfer. There is no category, human rights category. So the I'd say that city manager, deputy city manager, that the service manager needs to look at how those interface. Maybe some of those transfers are human rights based ones, or maybe they're not. How does that work? And I would say that one piece here in page 4 of the board letter to the ombudsman really relates to that. And I will say that I understand the staff have accepted this, the board has accepted this, but there are these interesting wrinkles that are being brought forward, which really has to do with the transfer of tenants, eviction of tenants, and this really does create very unique circumstances for Toronto community housing. It's not as if there's thousands of units that you can simply transfer somebody to. It's a finite number, and there is a transfer requirement that previous ombudsmen have set out. So the request far outnumber the number of units available, and evicting tenants whose behaviors are infringing on other tenants, actually they infringe on the human rights of those tenants. So this is not an easy issue, and I believe that the training and raising this up are very important, but there's these nuances that perhaps have been missed. And I agree with Councillor Myers. It's a very hot language in the sense of wildly out of date. Yes, it's wildly out of date because a previous board removed it or a previous administration removed it, but thank you for putting it back so quickly. There is an intersectionality, as this letter said, of a number of protected grounds in one individual that may compete with the rights of other individuals. That's very clear under human rights. And a tenant's human rights may need to be balanced against one another in the context of MFIPA. Somewhere in the report, tenants are complaining they don't know what happened, but we know. You can't tell one tenant, well, we're doing this to another tenant. So it's very complex, and I think we need to acknowledge that. It's unfortunate that the process that we're under at the moment wasn't the one that I hope we'll go to later, which is that the board would be involved and part of the recommendations in order to bring that wisdom there. Or if it was the board that took off the human rights information, then that would be a problem. So I really want to stress number 4, that there is a service manager. They do deal with RGI. They oversee the transfer policy. They lay out what the transfers are. They need to be thinking about how to incorporate some of these issues that the ombudsman has raised and how to assist Toronto Community Housing in making these decisions, because it's not just their decision. If it's an RGI tenant, the city is the service manager. And if we've been failing on human rights, then we need to say, how did that happen at our end as well?
5 seconds.
Because 85% of the tenants in our Toronto Community Housing, of which we're the sole shareholder, are rent geared to income tenants. Thank you.
Thank you. So on the motion by Councillor Fletcher, on favor? Carried. And on the ombudsman report, I believe it's to receive for information All in favor? Carried. Okay, thank you. Councillor Carroll, are you ready with your item NY 6 point? Well, before we do that, is there any quick releases?
Well, actually, Madam Speaker, the one you were about to ask me about, I'm ready to quick release, and I have others.
Oh, okay. Okay, so Councillor Carroll then.
Okay, so Madam Speaker, I believe you're about to ask me about the deferred item at the top of the agenda, NY
Right.
6.3.
Right.
Staff can now put up a motion that has been prepared by planning staff with much effort.
Okay, so if we can have the staff put the motion on the screen.
This is largely a technical motion to finally complete the settlement.
Okay, there's the amendment on the screen. All in favor? Show of hands. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Okay, your next item?
Thank you so much. Yes, Madam Speaker, since we are trying to finish tonight, Executive Committee 8.4, deferred revenues. I've had a chance to review the supplementary report. I hope others will as well. I can release that.
Okay, so on EX 6.4, deferred revenue report, Councillor Carroll, you're moving the supplementary report, which EX 8.4.
Yes, which is an excellent review of the impact on our development charges of provincial legislation. Thank you.
Okay, so on this, on EX 6.4, the supplementary report, all in favor? Show of hands, carried.
I have a couple more.
Okay.
I can release EC 6.1, which is the issue on the value of the film industry presentation. Our film commissioner has had to leave, so I can let that one go.
Okay, so Councillor Carroll's releasing EC 6.1, Toronto's film industry. All in favor? Carried. Okay.
And Madam Speaker, lastly, EC 6.2, which is an item called Why Manufacturing is Essential to Toronto.
Yes, Councillor Perks, I believe, held it. No, but Councillor Carroll,
Councillor Perks, yes. I met with the councillor earlier, and the motion now has 2 clauses instead of 3. And with that, these are report requests that I think make this a quick item.
Okay, so if we can put the motion is on the screen, and I believe Councillor Perks, you're okay with it? Okay, so this is on EC 6.2. On the amendment, all in favor? Carried. Item is amended. Pardon? Oh, Councillor Morris, you have an amendment on this? Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. He doesn't have an amendment on this one.
Good.
Okay. So on the amendment, all in favor? Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm sure Councillor Morley would be happy to know I'm prepared to release MM 11.23, 19 Branch Avenue, request for city solicitor to attend at the T-Lab, and thank staff for answering my questions.
Okay, so Councillor Holliday is releasing MM 11.23, 19 Branch Avenue. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Councillor Perks. It takes a while. Okay.
Yes, Speaker.
There you are.
I held PH 6.2, which is Bill 109 Implementation Phase 3 Recommended Official Plan and Municipal Code Amendments respecting site plan control. Councillor Moyse has a motion on it, which is helpful and doesn't alter the main substance. So he can just move his motion and we can let it go.
Okay, Councillor Moyse, do you have your motion?
Yes. Madam Speaker, the Centre Table has it. It's just really a slight amendment, really. Just, we at the city have jumped hoops to meet the province's changes to the Planning Act. And there are penalties if we don't meet those conditions. But yet there's nothing in the reverse, in that when a developer has the zoning change, they sit on their properties forever in some cases. So this is really just giving incentive for them to actually do something with the property rather than sitting on it. And if they don't, then there's maybe a penalty involved. It's the gist of my comments.
Okay, so there's the amendment on PH 6.2. On the amendment, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Thank you.
Can we get a recorded vote on that?
On what? We just voted.
Can we reopen it? Because I wanted to vote, but I didn't get a chance to vote.
What is the recorded vote on? Item is amended?
Yeah, the amendment that you just moved.
No, do you just want a recorded vote on the amendment or item is amended?
The penalties on land, like, you want to introduce penalties on land that people don't.
Okay, so what is it that you want a recorded vote on? There were two votes. No, I understand, but what item? Yeah, I know, but on the amendment or the item is amended? Okay, can we move to reopen it? By Councillor Perks, okay. Put the amendment on the screen. Recorded vote. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bradford, can we have your vote, please? And Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Bradford, if we could have your vote, please, and Councillor Fletcher, please. Thank you. Councillor Myers, if we could have your vote when you return to your seat, please. Councillor Myers, if we could have your vote, please. Madam Speaker, the motion carries 22-1.
Okay, hold on. Item is amended now. Do we need a recorded vote on that? On favor? Carried. Councillor Pasternak. Did you have a quick release?
I did. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to release CC 11.9, Official Plan Amendment 309, 18 Champlain Boulevard, Tippert Road Regeneration Area. I'd like a recorded vote, as I'd like to be recorded in the negative.
Okay, recorded vote.
doesn't lose. Oh, it's a settlement. But I
Councillor Chang, Councillor Fletcher, and Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Myers, if I could ask you to stay in your seat while we're voting. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Crisanti, how do you vote, please? Thank you, and the item carries 23-1.
Councillor Perruzza, please, can you take your seat? The next item is yours. Okay, Councillor Perruzza. Yeah, you held down EX 8.6, small business property tax subclass. You held it down. Do you have questions to staff? Pardon? No questions? Did you want to speak on it? You don't. So you're just releasing it? Well, you held the item down. On the item. On favor. Okay, so then we'll do the other one when we come back. Anthony, you held down GG 6.25, general government, increase in parking violation. Councillor Perruzza, you held that item down too. Okay, turn on your mic.
You can just proceed to a vote. I'd like to vote against a recorded vote, please.
Oh, so you just want a recorded vote on it?
Sure.
Okay, GG 6.2. Does anybody have any questions on this item before it's released? Oh, pardon? GG 6.25, increase in parking violation notice penalty. No? Okay, so to release it, on favor of recorded vote? Recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, could we get your vote, please? We've closed the voting portal. In the affirmative, thank you. Madam Speaker, the item carries 22-1.
Councillor Holiday, infrastructure and environment, on-street paid parking pilot. Did you have questions to staff? Okay. And then we'll by that time, then we'll recess, and then we'll go to the item, Councillor Bradford, that you held down that I have a conflict with. We can deal with that when we come back at 6:30, okay? Because then I'll get Councillor Fletcher to take the chair. Okay, Councillor Holiday.
Staff available, perfect. Okay, so what's the problem we're trying to solve with this pilot? What is what's broken? What's the deficiency?
Through the speaker, there's a number of locations that have single space meters that have reached their end of life, and there's also certain locations that have pay and display machines that are not generating enough revenue, and the operating costs to maintain certain pay and display machines and single space meters is too costly.
Okay. And I see Mr. Day on there from TPA. I don't know if he wants to weigh in on the answers.
Yeah,
thank you for the question, Councillor. So we have 2,700 pay and display machines out on the street right now, and they are reaching end of life very soon. Part of what we're trying to accomplish with this pilot is we want to try out some new payment methods, text to pay, and also payment by QR code, so that we can start to figure out how we're going to replace some of this equipment on the street, potentially bring down the number of machines from 2,700 to something that's a little bit more manageable, takes up less space on the street within the right of way, and is a little bit more efficient for us to operate from a cost perspective.
So I get it. I get we want to be more efficient as a city, and the equipment's expensive. So why go all the way and take the machine away completely from certain places?
So thank you for the question. Through the pilot, we are trying to encourage as much payment by mobile as possible. But with each pilot zone, there will always be a traditional payment option that is close by, so that if a customer does prefer to pay by coin or use a pay and display machine, that option will be available to that customer.
So why do mobile-only zones if, in effect, all we're doing is increasing the spacing on the machines? Because you just told me that there will always be a pay and display machine nearby. Or do I understand the mobile zone incorrectly? I think I understand there's always a cash payment option.
There will always be a cash payment option, and it will be less convenient than the mobile pay option. And so we're testing very much through this pilot to try to understand, what the customer experience is with a less convenient cash option.
What do you mean by less convenient?
Well, the payment option would be a little bit further away than you would expect with a typical pay by parking experience at the curb, where you would expect to see a machine that serves every 6 or 7 parking spaces. This will be a little bit less than that, with the idea being that we want to very much see what the adoption rate is on mobile and how far we can get that up to.
No, I mean, in earnest, why not just reduce the number of machines? I mean, I can think of lots of instances. I get out of a parked vehicle and I look to my right and I look to my left, and there's a machine, and they're so close I don't know which one to go to. And I think, you could stretch things a little bit. Why not just go ahead and do that and save some costs?
Not a lot of startup cost for this pilot. I would also mention that the pilot is testing out 2 new payment methods. So, text to pay and also payment by QR code. So it's not just about reducing machines. It's very much about trying out new payment methods and seeing what the customer experience is with that.
How many locations so this is just a pilot, right? So there's 13. You're going to pick those based on some criteria. But I think the concern I have is what happens next, right? How big can this become in the city? And in particular, if we create branded mobile payment only zones in parts of the city, how big could this become?
So that's the whole point of the pilot, is to test and learn, and then we can make decisions about whether or not to scale up or scale down, or, you know, operate something that is very similar to what we have out in the field today. So no decisions have been made or inclinations as to what the future may hold. But we do want to test different payment methods within the context of, you know, there's this looming need to replace 2,700 machines that are reaching their end of service life. And we need to think about, you know, how many exactly we're going to be replacing.
Okay,
Thank you, Speaker.
that was your last question. Okay, there any further questions? No. Okay, Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. And you know what? Thank you to staff for staying late to answer these questions. Speaker, I want to express concern over this, and maybe I should start out first by saying I really do appreciate the work of TPA and transportation staff. And in fact, the mobile application used to park, I think is fantastic. I mean, I think we are leaders on this. I think it's a great piece of technology that certainly has made my life more convenient. I literally used it today. And so kudos to them for that. But I know lots of people, including family members, that don't have a web-enabled cell phone. They don't really have the use for it, and they certainly wouldn't be getting one for the sake of the rare time that they're going to park. And I appreciate that this pilot is rolling out some different technologies, but I asked the important question was, you know, what is it that we're trying to solve with this pilot? What's broken? And I think I got the answer back, and I'm going to paraphrase heavily, but, you know, we've got thousands of machines out there that provide processing and transactions, and we need to upgrade that fleet, and it's costly. And there's some places where there's a machine for just a couple of spots. So what do we have? We now have a pilot in front of us that says mobile zone only. And I think that creates some concerns because it potentially introduces to something that feels like a barrier. Oh gosh, you know, I don't have the mobile app. I don't know how to use it, so am I not able to park? The truth is there's probably ways to adapt around that, including walking to the further machine. And we know you're supposed to use the closest machine, so I hope staff will sort out how that works. But maybe the answer is simple as that. If we have to recalibrate the number of machines out there, let's do that. And if you have to walk a couple of extra steps to put in the coin because that's what it takes to run the system in 2023, then so be it. But just sending out a message that we could be excluding people through this, even if they don't dig a little deeper to realize you might be able to text the message if you don't have a data plan. You might be able to walk a little bit further. I think it's a branding issue, and so that's really why I object to this. I do wish TPA and Transportation Services on their journey because I don't think we should just leave the system static. We should be continuously improving it. But I do know that there are places in the city, including in the community of Etobicoke Centre, that are still served by coin-operated machines. And I'd really hate to see those turn into a location that says, sorry, if you don't have the mobile app and a mobile phone, you can't park here. And so that might be a ways off, but I'm not going to support this because I am worried about what comes next. And it's not to say I'm inflexible or don't support some degree of change and actually don't support or do support some of the wonderful things that they're going to do within the program. I think we just have to be considerate about the fact that there still are a number of people in this city that need to get around. They do not have a mobile phone or they do not have a data-enabled mobile phone, and this is going to present a barrier. And it may be as simple as somebody that is trying to, maybe a senior that's trying to get to a dental or a medical appointment where there's parking stalls and parking machines, and just another layer of frustration. So I ask and I hope that if Council does vote this through, that we proceed with a great deal of care. And think about those residents that will be impacted. And if it comes down to it, If it turns out that maybe the simplest answer is just to redistribute the machines a little bit so that they're more efficiently placed, then so be it. And I don't know that we need a pilot program to do that. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to speak, and with that, I'll ask for a recorded vote.
Okay, thank you. So recorded vote. That's on IE 6.2.
Madam Speaker, the item carries. The vote is 19-3.
Okay. Before we take a break, Councillor Prusa, please listen. We introduced a member's motion on your behalf. The mayor moved it. So would you like to, let's just move that item, that motion? Yes, yes. So do you just want to move it?
With great pleasure, Madam Speaker.
Okay, great. Okay, on the item, on favor?
Can we have a recorded vote on that?
Sure,
Speaker,
recorded
please?
vote.
Thank you.
He wants to vote against it.
You don't want to break, eh? Won't be until 11 p.m. tonight.
Because somebody might want to vote against it. Wasn't you, sir? But there's a red button.
I'm supporting you.
Wants to have a proof that he voted.
Anthony,
Right.
I'm supporting you.
You know what? I got no doubt on that.
Why?
Huh?
Councillor Fletcher, if we could have your vote when you're seated, please.
Councillor Fletcher? Councillor Fletcher?
Madam Speaker, the item carries. The vote is 22 in favor.
Okay, so we're going to take a break now, come back at 6:30, and we'll continue. So we have 10 items left on the agenda.